Please take your seat. My name is Eva Liliane Ugeneza. I'm a researcher at the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, the Research and Innovation Center, and I'm a member of the Rwandan Association for Women in Science and Engineering. So it is my great pleasure to welcome you all today to the African Conference for Women Engineers and Scientists 2024. As we gather here today in Kigali, I would like us to take a moment and recognize how far we have come. You are all aware the conference is going to span 3 days, from the 5th to the 7th of November. And as we are here, we are not only going to celebrate our achievements and to only strategize and commit for further action as part of ACWES African Regional Network, but we are also aligning our activities with global initiatives such as the Sustainable Development Goals, especially that this is timely as we approach the World Science Day for Peace and Development, which is held every year on November 10th. So the program that we have over the next 2 discussions and talks, and tomorrow we will shift to having keynote speech again, poster session and scientific discussion in the morning, and the afternoon is going to be filled with workshop. I invite you to really attend these. We have exciting topics ranging from mentorship, energy, science communication, and entrepreneurship. On the last day, on Thursday, on the closing day, we will have a quick recap of what we have discussed throughout the whole 2 days and a half to the discussion today. As you may have seen on the door, in case you get thirsty, we have some water. For those that have flown to Rwanda, you have realized at the airport that they ask you to throw away the plastic bags. In the same line of thought, we are trying to also up the use of bottled water instead of plastic water. And in the spirit of this conference, where we are really putting forward environment, climate, and the like topics, we are trying to keep this conference green as well. So you may have noticed we did not print the conference program. Again, this is available either via your email, you can download it, or you can go to the conference website and all the information will be there. The second topic I wanted to mention for logistics. So we have technical support for live translation. In case you need such a service, we have a device that is available on the table here. You may make your way to the table, and then you can pick the device. You will need to wear it. And then if you look on the side, you will see there is, on the front, there is a power button. Once you click it, there will be lights on the device, and it will switch on. And then you will be able to toggle between English or French, depending on whether you want to hear French or English, using one side, and on the other side, you have the volume. I will repeat this, I will attempt to repeat this in French. Pour ceux qui parlent français, bonjour. Mon français n'est pas très bon, mais j'espère que je vais être en mesure de vous dire un tout petit peu ce que je viens de dire en anglais. Nous vous souhaitons la bienvenue ici à Kigali. Parler de l'énergie, nous allons parler de comment se faire comprendre mieux en sciences, la communication en sciences. Et nous allons aussi discuter les topics de l'entrepreneurship. Et puis aussi, l'autre topic, c'est l'énergie. Je voulais surtout mentionner 2 choses. La première, c'est qu'on a de l'eau à boire à côté sur la table. Si vous avez soif, vous pouvez prendre une bouteille d'eau là-bas. La deuxième, c'est qu'on a ici un petit instrument qu'on peut utiliser pour la translation. On a des translateurs qui vont pouvoir parler de l'anglais au français, traduire. Thank you, Sam. Et on a des gens qui vont pouvoir traduire de l'anglais en français ou bien du français en anglais. Tout ce que vous avez à faire, c'est que vous pouvez prendre le truc ici, il y en a sur la table. Il y a un bouton pour le mettre à jour devant. Et si vous l'allumez, vous allez voir les lumières. S'il y a des lumières ici en haut, alors vous allez juste devoir tourner sur ce qu'on appelle le channel à côté, channel, et ça va vous permettre de passer de l'anglais au français ou de français en anglais. Il y en a aussi ici pour les panélistes. Si vous êtes panéliste et que vous voulez vous exprimer en français, feel free to do so. All right. That's the end of my introduction to the discussion that we will be having today. I hope everyone is excited for us to start. Yes? Can I hear a more enthusiastic yes? Yes. Perfect. So we are going to start with the opening ceremony with welcome remarks from the ACWES President, Dr. Marie-Chantal Kyolinyana.
And is also aims Rwanda academic our academic centers Rwanda academic our academic centers president as well. So let's acknowledge for Koso Samuela. So as you know, ACWES is also part of the organizing committees, as you're seeing from the different. ACWES is also part of the organizing committees, as you're seeing from the different logos. Yeah. So ACWES is the Rwandan Association of Women Scientists and Engineers. Dr. Marie-Chantal, thank you for coming. So we have the deputy director of ACWES. I'm calling her at the last position because, as I call ACWES, because she's also part of the organizing committee. So we have Dr. Mary Mwangi. We are happy to have you here. So our guest honors, we also have Dr. Gatare Ignace. He's the principal of the College of Science and Technology of University of Rwanda. Thank you for coming. We have, please excuse me for the way I'm trying to pronounce your name. Shilta Bumeshev. I'm sorry for messing up your name. So she's basically the commissioner manager of JZ, in charge of climate change and indices. So we also have Dr. Pascal Lopez, who is advisor on climate science at JZ as well. We have Professor Cecile from the AIMS Research and Innovations, AIMS Research and Innovation Center. So thank you for coming. We also have the president, the chair of the scientific committee. The one who was also working very hard with her team. We have Professor Ruby. Thank you for all the work that you have done. And myself, my name is Dr. Vicky Kandi. I'm a researcher at AIMS Research and Innovation Center, and I'm also the Gender and Inclusion Officer for our centers in Rwanda here. So nice to see you all here. And please do forgive me if I forgot any other important guest of honor here. So we also have the representative of CMU. I don't know if the person is here. CMU? The guest honor from CMU. Okay, so I think please, let's clap for the person because I can't see the person here. And please to all of us that have made our, this long trip to be able to be here for this important conference, the organizing committee wants really to acknowledge the effort, the energy that you put. And I think let's all of us come together with this, this energy and make this conference, a lovely and unforgettable event. Thank you very much for being here. So,
Communication team, can we have the video from Nelly, please? All right, so we are running into a slight technical problem. Please bear with us. So we continue the program and we hear the message from Nelly in a few minutes. So we continue with welcome remarks from ACWES RNA President, Madame Rufina Dabo-Sarr. Please, Madame Rufina, are you ready for your remarks? Please welcome Madame Rufina. So as we mentioned before, everyone can speak in the language they are very comfortable in. So please feel free to speak either in French or English. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais profiter de cette occasion qui m'est offerte pour saluer les distingués invités en leur rang et qualité. D'où que vous veniez, qui que vous soyez, nous vous remercions d'être là, à nos côtés, pour supporter le combat que nous menons depuis des années. Quel est ce combat? C'est l'inclusivité dans l'éducation scientifique. Parce que notre pourcentage, que ce soit au niveau du collège, que ce soit au niveau du lycée, le pourcentage est très faible, le pourcentage des filles par rapport à celui des garçons. À l'université, n'en parlons pas. C'est une goutte d'eau dans l'océan et nous avons été surnommés des garçons manqués à l'université de Dakar, ce qui est stigmatisant. Mais cela ne nous a pas empêchés de relever les défis. Alors, nous sommes là aujourd'hui pour donner de meilleures conditions aux filles, aux jeunes générations qui viennent bien après nous, pour que le monde marche, pour que la société marche sur ses deux jambes. Que serait le monde sans les femmes? Répondez-moi. Que serait le monde sans les femmes? Alors, donnez-nous la place qui nous revient dans toutes les communautés, dans toutes les sociétés, pour que nous soyons parmi les personnes qui portent le monde avec fierté, qui portent le monde avec beaucoup de détermination. Parce que l'éducation se fait dans la cellule familiale d'abord, avant que ça se fasse au niveau des communautés et au niveau des écoles, des lycées, des universités. Donc, nous allons signer un pacte aujourd'hui. Ce pacte de non-agression. S'il vous plaît, êtes-vous d'accord les hommes? Les filles, les dames, êtes-vous prêtes? Alors, c'est le top départ. Je vous remercie.
Please give another very big round of applause to Mama Rufina. So this gathering is a true Pan-African gathering. We're going to be learning languages today, over the next 2 days. Thank you so much. We're going to continue with the welcome remarks from RAWISE President, Dr. Marie Chantal Thiorinyana. Please welcome Queen Nana to the stage.
Okay, I think I lost my remarks, but I'm going to say something. I don't know, the internet is, I work on Google Drive, but it's okay. Good morning and welcome to Rwanda, a country of 1,000 hills. So it is really a great pleasure to see everyone here and people who are really keen to empower women in STEM under the same roof. Distinguished guests, speakers, people coming from all over Africa, thank you for making this day. So I would like to say that I don't know, it is my passionate to be a woman who is really keen to empower young women to pursue science. As you all know, and the reason why we are here is for that reason. So today's theme, as you all know, is about empowering women in STEM toward the sustainable development of Africa. So why do we need this really theme for today? And why did we choose Rwanda as a country of host? So as you all know, you know that Rwanda is a country of 1,000 hills, but it also has an ambition. It has a dream to become a hub of science and technology. So you can see it, I think you guys, when you came from all over African country and then you reached the airport, you saw how technology is really our key, driver for the development of this country. So we need really to share with you our experience in Rwanda and how the government of Rwanda is really putting the effort to support women to rise and thrive for growth. So in this gathering, when we are meeting like this, what do we really need? This is a good platform. A good platform to do what? To discuss. So we are going to discuss, people are going to tell us about the findings in different fields, as you saw the theme and the sub-theme of the conference, but we are not going to go home empty, because we are going to gain also what we call network. We are going to get network through this gathering. Today, and tomorrow and after tomorrow, I'm going to have different friends from all of Africa and the world. That is my goal. So I am also going to ask you to get those collaboration, because collaboration is really a key to the development of this, for the world, even for the continent. So another important point that I wanted to mention is about giving the power to women, not only women in STEM, but every woman in the society. Because if you are talking about empowering women in STEM, but we need to give them a power. We need to give them voice, the way to sit on the table. Because our problem, if we are not going to sit on the table, who is going to tell about our problem? So, yes, we will be talking about science, but sometimes we think that science is going to stay in the lab. We need also to think of going out on the rural area, because people in the rural area don't know what is happening in the lab. So we have to speak up. We have to write policy brief about science. So this is a time for us to now come from, out of the box and then go and shine. So I really encourage every one of us to do such kind of initiative. So RAWIS, so as they say, I am Arishanta, the president of RAWIS. RAWIS was created in 2015 by women who was aspiring to empower women. So women, because we got a chance to go and study abroad. But when we came back, we said, okay, so we got this chance. But the girl child in the rural area didn't get the chance. What should we do to give exposure? Because if you give the exposure to the girl child, to the boy child, they are going to open their mind and think for the future. Then we created we were like about 25 women, and now you can imagine we are now 200. And the criteria for being a RAWIS member is to have at least a master's degree in STEM field. When we started, we had only 3 PhD holders. Myself, I didn't have a PhD by that time. But now we are getting more than 40 PhD holders in STEM field. So this is really a joyful moment to see also women who are excelling in this field, like gathering here in Rwanda and doing amazing job. So I'm going to talk a little bit about different topic in my keynote speech, but I want just to share with you the joy that today Rwanda has to have this platform for women in STEM. And we don't work alone in this journey. We are collaborating. That's why you are seeing different people from government, a developing organization. And we are very, very grateful for the University of Rwanda. You know, sometimes when you start a business, let's say, you don't have a roof where to stay. But when we knocked on the door of the University of Rwanda, they opened the door and they host us without any cost. We are using the electricity, everything. We are using everything. We are grateful for your support. So without taking too much time, I just want to thank everyone, especially people who didn't sleep. If they are here, please rest. There are people who didn't sleep for like 3 months. Where are you? We need to thank you. So thank you for the job well done. And I would like to thank our sponsors. Without those sponsorship, we couldn't be here. So I'm going to start with, as you can see, we have GIZ. They support around 30 girls to come here and participate. 60. Yeah, 60. So you can imagine the registration fees for this conference was catered for. We are going to thank the UNESCO. Most of people who traveled from different countries for accommodation and other logistics, UNESCO put the effort in that. We have Rwanda Polytechnic. So we are going to have also a side event to see how we can have a good inclusive leadership, especially in education. You know that we are missing the female VCs, something like that. What can we do? So they have this branding material, the shining thing that you are seeing is because of those generous institution. And then comes Carnegie and Mellon University. They paid some ticket for people to come and also accommodation and other stuff. So everyone here has contributed something. because time is something precious. So we thank you so much. We thank you for your generosity, and we thank you as well for giving your time to share your ideas, your findings. And we thank you for those who came to listen as well. Because if we couldn't have you there, this room could be empty. Imagine you prepare a feast and there is no one to eat the food. So it is time to eat our food, and I think you are going to enjoy it. And thank you so much. I wish you a proactive event, conference, get network, collaborate. Anyone here, just grab someone and talk to. It is a scientific conference. It's not a formal conference. Just talk. If you have a question, just ask question, right? So I wish you a successful event. So I would like also to apologize for Honorable Minister because she couldn't make it. She said that she apologized so much. She wanted to be here because she's also a ACWES member, and also she's keen to be part of the women in STEM and men who are striving to support women. But hopefully she's going to make it tomorrow for the dinner. I am praying for her to come so that you can enjoy this environment. I wish you a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marie-Chantal Chiunyana, for the very great welcoming remarks. Please give her a very warm round of applause. As we mentioned a few minutes ago, we are going to now hear the welcome address from the conference chair, who also apologizes because she couldn't be with us today, but she prepared a very special message that's going to be played on the video here. Communication team, you may play the video. Enjoy.
Distinguished guests, esteemed participants of ACWES and colleagues, ladies distinguished guests, distinguished guests, distinguished guests, distinguished guests, esteemed participants of ACWES and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I have the singular honor to welcome you to the first ever African Conference of Women Engineers and Scientists, ACWES, organized by the International Network of Women Engineers and Scientists in collaboration with the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences in Rwanda, AIMS Rwanda, and the Rwanda Association for Women in Science and Engineering, RAWIS. ACWES aligns with these three organizations' campaign for gender diversity in engineering and sciences, And through well thought out seminars, presentations, and discussions, this conference aims to equip and upskill female STEM professionals in issues of advocacy, communication, and leadership. Additionally, the conference will provide mentoring sessions for young African women in STEM, inspiring them with success stories from diverse backgrounds and encouraging them to pursue and thrive in these disciplines. Consequently, ACWES will serve as a pivotal initiative to empower African women in STEM to help achieve Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. The African Regional Network of ACWES plays a critical role in driving gender equity across Africa. Hence, this conference will allow ARN members to interact in person, hold important meetings, and also conduct the pre-annual general meeting to streamline the network's activities and build new collaborations. These interactions will further solidify ARN's role in championing women's active participation in STEM across the continent. I would like to acknowledge the president of ACWES, Dr. Sarah Pierce, for her immense support and inspiring leadership. Sarah, together with some members of the ACWES board, that is Rufina, Mary, Vicky, Sylvia, Berlin, and I, have worked tirelessly to see to the fruition of ACWES 2024. Through ACWES, we are not only connecting women in STEM worldwide, but also amplifying our voices and ensuring that women's contributions are valued and visible. Thank you, Sarah, and your team for your commitment to empowering women and advancing gender diversity in STEM. To the main organizing committee, the scientific committee, and all supporting teams whose identities you would find on the website of this conference, I extend my deepest gratitude to you all. Your unwavering dedication and tireless efforts have brought ACWES 2024 to life, and this momentous conference is a testament to your hard work and vision. I'm also immensely grateful to our sponsors, UNESCO, the Rwanda National Commission of UNESCO, AIMS, ACWES, the German corporation GIZ, the Rwanda Polytechnic, and the Carnegie Mellon University for their support through huge financial and human resource commitments. Most participants were able to attend ACWES 2024 through your benevolence, and I want to say a big thank you. I also acknowledge other institutions that sponsored their participants to be here, not forgetting the resilient women among us who sponsored themselves to attend ACWES 2024. Congratulations. Fellow African women in STEM, as we gather here in Kigali, I encourage each one of you to fully engage in these sessions, learn from one another, and establish networks that will drive us forward. ACWES 2024 is more than a conference. It is a powerful move towards inclusion and leadership for African women in STEM. May this conference inspire real change and provide a platform where African women are represented in decision-making roles that shape the continent's future. Though I am not with you physically, I join you in spirit to witness this historic gathering and advance gender equality in STEM. Once again, I welcome you all to ACWES 2024, wishing you fruitful deliberations and a truly memorable conference. Thank you. Bye.
Even though she's not here as virtually, so can we show her some love, please? Next, we are going to have the opening remarks from Prof. Sam Yala. Sam Yala is the Center President for AIMS Rwanda and the President for the AIMS Global Network. Sam Yala, you are welcome to the stage. Please welcome him to the stage.
honorable members of the organizing committee, including the people who didn't sleep for the past days, weeks, and even months. Distinguished guests, partners, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to speak today on behalf of the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, ACWES, and I can make a parallel with people who didn't sleep, because for some of our students, ACWES doesn't stand for African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, but for African Institute of Minimum Sleep. Yeah. So, to this, welcome to this vital gathering, which is focused on empowering African women and girls in STEM. We stand at a pivotal moment in history where the potential of changes lies within our hands, and we must seize it together. As we envision the Africa we want, a continent thriving on innovation, sustainability, and equality, we recognize that women and girls are not just participants in this vision, they are key drivers of progress. The challenges we face are significant, from gender disparities in education to barriers in the workplace. Yet these challenges present us with unique opportunities to harness the talents and perspective of women and girls. At ACWES, we prioritize inclusiveness in all our programs and activities. Additionally, we are also dedicated to promoting policies that advance STEM education in Africa, supporting the continent's transformation and sustainable growth, particularly by increasing the representation of women in STEM field. To date, we have achieved a remarkable 37% of women completing master's program at ACWES Rwanda. And to echo what the former, one of the speakers, the ARN president, Dr. Rufina Dabo-Sarr, said, maybe this is not exactly, we are not yet there, but we are in the path, because we need more, we need to do more. And network-wide, meaning that in all our 6 centers in Rwanda, Ghana, Cameroon, Senegal, and South Africa, our target is to achieve a parity in the coming years. So having 50% or more of women attending and completing our master degree in our centers. We are also committed to build the pipeline of STEM education from early age. Our pilot program in Ghana, for example, which is called Girls in Mathematical Science Program, started in 2020, and it's one of the initiatives that we have taken to increase the pipeline of young girls attending mathematics and STEM in general programs. And last year, for example, we received only for that specific program 900 applications in Ghana. And our recent statistics show that more than 80%, 80% of the girls who attend that program are opting for further STEM education in university, either in Ghana or abroad. And we want to expand this program across all our centers, which will be also a positive way to contribute to build and to strengthen the pipeline. So today we are here to reaffirm our commitment to creating an inclusive environment that nurtures young female talents in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. By empowering these bright minds who are here, we are not only investing in their futures, but also in the future of our continent. And this resonates with our new ACWES slogan. Some of you know the previous one that we used to have at ACWES, which is we believe that the next Einstein will be African. We still believe in that, but we also want to emphasize the role of the youth in Africa and in science. So our new slogan, which was unveiled a few months ago, when we celebrated the 20 years anniversary of ACWES, we call it Siakula, which means we are growing. And the event took place in South Africa, in Muizenberg, the place where ACWES started 20 years ago. The new slogan is, in Africa's youth, the future of science. And of course, talking about Africa's youth is all men and women. So let us be inspired by the stories of women who have shattered ceilings, the young girl who dare to dream, and the communities that stand behind them. Together, we will build networks of support, provide access to resources, and foster mentorship that will elevate women and girls in STEM fields. As we embark on this journey, let us remember that our collective effort can transform lives, challenge stereotypes, and pave the way for a more equitable future. The Africa we want is not a distant dream, it's within our reach, and it begins with us. Indeed, let's put our all efforts together and ensure we empower African women and girls in STEM towards achieving the Africa we want. And on behalf of the organizing committee, it's my great honor to officially open the African Conference of Women Engineers and Scientists 2024, which is organized by Rawise in partnership with ACWES and ACWES. This conference marks a significant step towards advancing women's role in STEM across Africa, fostering collaboration, and inspiring inclusive innovation. Welcome, and thank you for being part of this impactful gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Samia, for opening the conference for us and for the very warm and encouraging remarks. So on the program, we are now going to have a photo session. We will do it in groups, and we do it outside, and the photo is going to be followed by a very quick coffee break. I think you can hear the cups outside. So this is also a good opportunity for those that didn't get a chance to have some water. Please remember to stay hydrated. So for the coffee break, it was meant to be 20 minutes, but because we are starting to run a little bit out of time, I would like to cut that to be about 15 max. So please make sure that you are very fast in getting your coffee, getting your water, etc., and also chat to your neighbors and new acquaintances. For the photo, we'll start with all the speakers. So I would like to kindly ask that all the speakers make their way to the door. There will be someone outside to show you where to stand for the photo. Speakers, organizers, sponsors, please make your way outside for the photo. Vicky, you could show everyone the way. We are going for the photo. So for everyone else, we are going to take the photos in groups because the space is slightly small. So once this photo is done, we are going to have members from INWAS RNA. Can I see some hands? Anyone here from INWAS RNA? I see one person, two. Okay, that's very few people. Can I see hands for members of RAWISE? Okay, a few hands as well. Okay, so now I'm going to change how we are taking the groups. I'm going to ask that anyone who is, I'm going to talk about topics, and then we take pictures in terms of topics. Okay? So the first topic that is going to be joining that group in a few minutes, I will let you know when to go, will be people speaking about emerging technologies for sustainable development. I know there are many of us. So in a minute, we will join the team outside. I will let you know in a minute. Let me double check.
to have mindset, but when you are encountering challenges. Because if you are positive, challenges is not a problem. You have to look for a way to break those challenges. So welcome challenges, learn from feedback, because some people don't like to be criticized, right? But you have to learn from those ones. And see effort as part of journey to become skilled. If you don't put any effort in everything, you are not going to be skilled, because you can't even sit here and then talk and discuss with people, because you don't master anything. And never give up when things get tough. So when I was seeing, because this time, in my first time, I haven't been more involved in preparation of the conference. Why? Because ACWES is growing. So since 2015, we used to do things our own. Like, you have to do it from scratch your own, because this is a voluntary work. But now we are starting to have some staff to help us around. So, meaning that when things get tough, I was seeing how things were getting tough, but you don't have to lose effort. So, and be inspired by success of others. So, I can witness that now we are being successful and seeing this conference is being successful because we didn't get discouraged by when things becomes, tough. So that is how I see the future of African women with my quote here. Next, please. So when we are talking about the empowering women to shape African growth, when we are talking about the future of women, it means that we need really to empower women. That's what I was saying in my remarks. So we need power, but we always say that there are, hardship. We are having different, gaps. We are having difficulties to achieve the growth of sustainable development as we know. So African sustainable development depends on diverse contribution, especially. We want to grow and we think that our future is being digital, we have to have women on the table, right? So how are we going to do this? We need economic participation. When I'm talking about women in economic participation, it means that men don't have to go alone. So we have 50-50. We need women accessibility of education. It's good to have both boy and women or girls in primary school, secondary school, higher learning, and even research. So we need leadership, because Rwanda is doing well in leadership. You know about our parliament. Now we are even 6%. We have women sitting in the parliament at that level. We have gone beyond parity, which is good. So we need really also seeing women in STEM for that percentage. So it means that we need more women VCs. We need more women CEOs for these STEM companies. So we need to see, leadership 50-50. And we need to grow our own business, because we need to be financially sustainable. And support, that's what I was saying about, if you don't write those small policy briefs for those women who are in leadership position to take to the table to talk about our problem, no one is going to know about it. So I have put those two pictures. One picture is about one of the activities that's, because I'm giving an example of what we do at Rwandan Association for Women in Science, as we always celebrate the International Day for Women in Science and Girls on 11 February. We always celebrate it in collaboration with the government, institution, and also developing countries. What we do, because we are talking about the future, as you can see on the panel discussion, you can see young scholars. Because those are our future. They have to sit on the table, they have to put on the table the issues. So that's why when we are discussing about pressing problem, we have to bring young generation also on the table. So during that gathering, we have different people from leadership position, ministers, ambassadors, and when we are making a setup for sitting, even those small, like young girls, they sit together. We don't put them on the back so that they can ask them how they reach where they are today. Next. So, why are we really in need of this STEM? Because we know all about what we call link pipeline in STEM. So this is one of an example which is few years ago. I got it from UNESCO reports. As you can see, we have female bachelor graduates. For SA, we have also female, they do masters, they do masters, but when it comes to PhD, you can see they start dropping. But when it comes to research, this is something that we don't want even to go in. So what can we do really to really close that gap? Because R&D is the key to the development. Like we have now a vision of 2050 to become a country which is based on science, evidence-based. Because without the data, this big data, we are now in the era of artificial intelligence. If women are not really on this era, they don't know what is happening. We are really lagging behind. Next, please. So I took some important data on what we have currently in Africa. As you can see, this report was done last year when this report was done by, I think it is UNESCO and African Union and others. So we have this. We have 47% of STEM university graduates in Africa, women. Then we can see what is happening when it comes to the career path. So we have 32% in R&D scientific in sub-Saharan Africa. We have 24% of women in Africa who can use the internet when we compare it to the 45% of men. So the parity is still a problem. And we have also to share 20% the share of women in science and engineering in Africa, and we have 29% of artificial intelligence workers in Africa which are women. So looking on those figures, so as we are sitting here today, we are still having a long way to go. So let's see what we can do and put our effort to reach the parity in this so hardcore subject. Next, please. Okay, I think everyone knows this now. One of the challenges that women are facing to reach the parity is, we know that there are gender norms, a stereotype, we have also sexual harassment, we have discrimination, we have lack of role models, and low connectivity and access. And I have put some of the proposed strategy so that we can have the future that we want. So when I come to I can talk for two type of challenges. Let's say the stereotype. But now I think the stereotype is not something that is hindering the girl child to do STEM field, because now everyone knows that science is the key to the development. And we are trying to put an effort. Because if we go back like 10 years ago and then we see today's, something is really being done. And people are really putting an effort to really break that paradigm. So we have also the discrimination practice. This year I can relate on the work environment, because sometimes getting a promotion as a women scientist is hard sometimes, because they didn't put policies or rules and regulation for women researchers. And I think there are some policies which are already written in the books, but when it comes to the implementation, something is not really being done. So that is our role now, to speak up and put those on the table so that they can be really done. So next, please. So what we do, and I saw that in all of African countries are doing to shape the future of women in STEM, is investing in education and training. And by investing in education and training, I'm talking about starting from, grassroots, right? Because if you don't start from the grassroots and from the parents as well, I'm glad that we have now a room full of women and STEM women. We are talking about empowering women in STEM, but I always like to give this an example. When we are going to buy our toys for the kids, what we do for the boys, what we do for the girls, all. So we started there from our family, differentiating them from what they could do, saying that the girl can't fix the bulb, they can take care of the baby, Already the mindset of the baby is changing. So we have also to treat equally our girl child and our boy child in the same way when we are taking care of them at home. So please, let's do the right thing when we are parenting as well. Another thing that is a kind of one of the crucial education. And then when it comes to teachers, you know that in the rural area, when we were in the rural area, because all of us, we didn't grow in town, only our role model was a teacher. We knew that that teacher knows mathematics. We knew that that teacher knows physics. And then you wanted to be like her. But nowadays, we are in a digital era. Does that teacher has a computer? Does that teacher has a good lab so that he can be exposed and give the right material to the kids that she's teaching? So we have to go down in the rural area to those not exposed teacher to give the equipment as a way of increasing the power of those who are not privileged to have access to different luxuries, if I can say. So those are some of the examples to invest in education and training. Yes, you have primary school teacher, secondary school teacher, and I am going to commend ACWES because it's doing a good job all over Africa. ACWES, VVOB, and other organizations, they are really doing a good job over Africa because they know that the teaching system is the key to the development. And they have now realized that putting an effort in education in STEM is really a priority because without science, there is no future. So they have put on board different activity. And some of them we are collaborating, and you can see some of the picture here. This is ACWES doing what they like to do, go to the kids and then try to explain using like local materials. We don't need fancy things to explain science because we always think that we have to go in the big lab and explain science. But if you take like even a chair here, you can explain a lot of physics there. By the way, I'm a physicist, that's why I'm giving an example of physics. So let's really put an effort and courage to invest in science. So there is a lot of things that we can do, mentorship program, share the information about scholarship. There are a lot of scholarship. Once they finish secondary school, they go undergraduate. But now we are lucky to have different African Center of Excellence. We don't have to go abroad to role models. So role models, we are here role models because we are women in STEM, we have PhDs, we have master's degrees in different STEM fields. But what we know, how do we really transfer to a young generation? Are they really seeing us like role models? Are we reflecting to them the future that we want to see? So that is what we have to do as we sit down today. We think about the future of women in STEM. That's what I wanted to highlight. We are role models for the young. I know we are role models for some of them here. We are mentors, but we are also role model for those small ones. Because they always say that they want to be like, I have a little niece and she's always saying that I want to be like auntie. So I think maybe I'm playing a good role, but I have to improve of what I'm doing. Next, please. So I think I have said about the policy, because we can have good initiatives. But when policymakers are not buying the idea, it is going to be really difficult. So I am privileged to be part of what we call African strategy for physics all over the Africa. And we are some of the conveners in different subjects. Now we are developing a strategy to put it on the table so that they can know what is really like African we need in the physics field. So this is something that we have to put on the table for the policymakers. Yes. And then we are here to implement. If they buy it, and then you sell it in a right way, they are going to buy it. And so we have always to bring policymakers on the table, and in a good selling way. So that is how we can increase women representation, by being good role model, being good mentors, and also practice what we believe in. Next, please. So I wanted to share some successful story about role models, because when you work hard 20 years ago, but now we are shining, meaning that something is being done. We can see one of our members, like Zubeda last year, he got an award, and she's here. So this is one kind of a role model, and she's part of OWSD. I know most of us, we know OWSD, Organization for Women in Science for Developing Countries. Some of us, we got a scholarship for that to get a degree. That's why we know it, and we are so grateful for them, because they are thinking of African women. And they don't think that sometimes it is hard to get a scholarship, but for them, they made it easy for us to study. Go ahead, please. So those are some stories about what we do, and I saw that in most of organizations who empower women in STEM are doing the same thing, like mentorship and outreach program. Go ahead, please. So those are some of the tips on what we can do to promote STEM education. And I know we are going to have a question and answer session to have more, understanding on what I have been presenting, or even getting insight from you, because I didn't get all the data. Maybe what is working in Rwanda is not working in Benin. What is working in Ghana is not working in Nigeria. So we are going to have that session. Please go ahead. So what can we do for the future? We need collaborative efforts. We need to ensure that upcoming generation of African women in STEM has the resources and support. That is our mandate, actually. And a call of action is to embrace the potential of African women. We have potential, embrace that, and try to sustain it. Because without a sustainable initiative, we are not going to to have the future that we need. Next, please. Okay, I think I have said it all. Next. So I think I'm going to end my speech here, and I'm going to give the floor to Cecile, who is going to talk about building an inclusive ecosystem, because without men, we couldn't be here. So how are they doing it to really encourage us and empower us to do what we are doing and what we can do best? After his speech, we are going to have a question and answer. Please keep those one. Thank you.
All right. So, okay. Thank you. So, this is my talk. And before I start, let me give out a couple of disclaimers. This is the first non-science talk that I'm giving in my life. So it was very challenging. I'm one of those people who didn't sleep yesterday. Yeah? And then also in preparing for this topic, it was also pretty challenging. Yeah? And the critique that normally critiques my presentation, my wife, was saying I'm a little bit crazy. She normally says I have unconventional and crazy ideas to issues. So in case it comes out abrasive, allow me to apologize beforehand. But let me give out an alternative view. So for me, my presentation is building inclusive ecosystem. An ecosystem, for me, it means that you have actors, you have interactions, right? Okay, so let us build. Maybe go to the next slide. So let me start with a little bit of the reality that is there on the ground. For a very long time, STEM used to be an issue of us versus them. It used to be an issue of men versus women, right? But this one is actually not the case, because we have to acknowledge the divide that has been there before. Others might be systemic, others might be preferential, okay? But then, having acknowledged that, what else can we do to improve? You see, sometimes, I like the third bullet there, that being perceived as doing right does not mean you are doing the right thing. That is why, for me, I hate statistics. Like when people give us these pie charts that shows these big percentages, I normally say, give us that percentages, but with some metadata to it, so that we know where did you collect this data from. Because sometimes we sample the wrong population, and then we aggregate it to the whole of Africa, and the whole of Africa is very dynamic with different cultures, and then we say it is like, at Africa we are at 20%. But which Africa? Okay, let us go to the next slide. So, this is the ideal that we want, right? We want parity, isn't it? We want equality, right? We want everything to be, biologists call it homeostasis. I am not a biologist, so I pick up from some people. Okay, this is what we want. Okay, next, please. But the reality is more like that, right? It is very antagonistic. When we start talking of gender in STEM, we normally see opinions, or let's say, can I say what can I say? Like offshoots of ideas that are always against something. I don't know why talking about gender led to creating enmity between the genders themselves. When we say we need more funding to go here, then people will say, but we also need funding to go here. When we say we need to increase numbers here, there will be people who are saying, but why should numbers only be increased there? You are also disenfranchising the other person. May we go to the next slide? So, for me, please, the next slide. Okay. For me, I believe that the society we grow in has given us several things. the antipodes, whereby we hear, when we talk of gender, we will hear talk of feminism. When you talk of systems, you will hear culture, religion. Here, women dress like this. Here, people don't do this. Here, people don't do this, right? And if you look at the topic whereby we want men as allies, imagine the amount of information that they are interacting with. They are interacting with people who are on the extremes, right? We have people who are advocating on the extreme. And what does this lead to? If you go to the next slide, please. It leads to the emergence of an echo chamber. So the echo chamber is whereby you find there are a lot of people who are against the information they are receiving. I hope I'm not one of them, because myself, when I Google gender gap, I Google women in STEP, I Google whatever, I'm only seeing percentages. But for me, I actually want to see, where is this percentage coming from? So now, over time, I'm saying, like, how many men do you believe are inside an echo chamber where they are always being told that maybe women are just needy, women are just crying for things that they already have anyway, that women want too much, we gave them this, they still want this, we have tried this, and you know, and the political landscape is not helping matters, right? You have people running for presidential office who don't respect women. We see the emergence of the Me Too movement, among other movements. And you see, here is a man who is looking at the same gender, like the same crop of people, and then wondering, it's like, isn't it a little too much, right? Yeah, isn't it a little bit too much? So if we may go to the next slide. So, in trying to understand this topic, as I said, it was really challenging because I didn't know how to approach it. So when I was debating this topic with my fierce critic, it ended up reminding me of a course that I did in mathematics called game theory. Okay, so I decided to play the game. Okay, so we started the game B, engaging men as allies in advancing STEM. If we may go to the next slide, please. So I come from an institute of mathematics, so I will not put equations, okay? So don't think that you are going to see the partial derivatives of something and whatever. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so in any game, I'm sure the game that we always know is normally soccer, right? Or which one? Let's say soccer, because soccer is an equalizer. Everybody knows at least one soccer player. I'm sure if we ask around here, we are going to see everybody naming soccer players here. So now, please, the next slide, please. So it means that we need, oh, finally, okay. Ah, wow. Okay, so now, yeah, this is even better now. It gives me freedom. Oh, the mic will restrict me from moving. Okay. This is the problem of people who are energetic, right? Okay. So now I decided to say it is like, if this is the game, we will need players of the game, okay? So player A is the man, isn't it? Is the man. The one we want to be the ally of the women. And then the player B is the women. All of them, they are in STEM. Are we together? All of them, they are in STEM. So player A has two strategies that he can use. The first strategy is to be an ally, and the other strategy is not to engage. Okay. And I'm sure where you work, where you come from, you already identify who player A is, right? Right? So in this case, you'll find like an ally is somebody who will advocate, who will provide mentorship, who will be inclusive, who will accept all arguments and do something about it, right? Then player B is somebody who just chooses to remain neutral. He says, I don't care, right? Yeah, even if they want to allocate all bursaries to women, it doesn't bother me. Yeah, me, I will just be sitting in my sweet spot and then remain there. And then There are those people who will not engage because they believe like if they engage, they will not be heard. If they engage, they will be misinterpreted and whatever. So they choose it like, let us ignore these debates. So then we have player B, the women now. So they are engaging actively in STEM, like you who are sitting here today, and they collaborate with their male allies, perfect. And they are eager to build networks. This has been reinforced several times. I don't know who read my presentation before. Okay. Then also the other strategy that player B can take is to engage minimally, isn't it? They can also decide to let the status quo remain. Okay. So now, who do you think, if we run this game, who do you think is likely going to win? How many people believe like the allies will win? Okay. How many people believe that the non-engagers will win? Yeah, be honest. Just be honest, because we have to raise this discussion in the society so that we are able to come with targeted interventions. Okay. So now, let us look at the outcomes of playing the game. So this one is the case whereby there is limited participation by the women, and then men also don't engage. Okay, so what results into it? We see that the key things were coming from our debate. There is stagnation, isn't it? The environment becomes toxic and unproductive. We see fewer innovations, because for me, I am sure many great innovations normally come when also women participate with men in achieving that engagement, right? So now you'll find like in this case, we are going to have a very low outcome. In that the status quo remains, people continue arguing that the other person is complaining, the other person is wanting this, the other person is wanting this. So let us look at another outcome, which I call the mixed outcome. The mixed outcome because in this scenario, we have women still having limited participation, but then the men act as allies. Okay, so what is the outcome of this scenario? We can see men can gain from being considered that they're very inclusive, which is something we also like when we want to say we are advocates or we promote women in science and whatever, right? So we will get that as our checkbox. But then benefits are limited by women's restricted participation. So it means that for these scenarios to work, all of us must be able to join forces. Okay. But there is also another outcome. So the other outcome is this one, the one I categorized as the moderate outcome. So in this scenario now, we find the women fully participating and the men deciding not to engage. Right. So in this scenario, we see, I underlined, the one I underlined in red was the one that came out strongly to me, that women still progress but face more barriers. How many of you are experiencing that? You see? Okay, it seems like the game was nice. I think then I should turn this into a paper, right? Yeah, it seems like I should turn it into a paper and maybe co-opt you people to come and help me write it. Okay, yeah? And then we also see that women will experience career gains while men lose the benefits of a more diverse and an innovative workforce. Okay, so now let's go to the win-win scenario, which is what is bringing us today, here today, is when now women participate fully and men become allies. So in this case, I am sure all of you can tell me the outcomes of this, right? All of you, you have case studies, you have use cases, you have examples that you can give in realization of this. But then now I've given you 4 outcomes, and all these 4 outcomes of this game, even if you choose to play it several, in game theory we have several strategies we use, whether both players are rational, both players are irrational, and whatever, you will always end up with the same conclusion that the win-win scenario happens when both men and women collaborate. Okay, but how can this be achieved? So I want to give some way forward. I don't know how many people have seen the snippet I've put on that side. Yeah? In the 1950s, just imagine how old it is. In the 1950s, the husbands of women who were doing engineering and whatever, they decided to create a support group, right? To help them interact and socialize while their women were delayed at work. And this was in it was in 1950. And it led to the formation of National Men's Auxiliary Society of Women Engineers. Whereby now, because the men accepted that our women are working so hard, they will be delayed at work and whatever, so they decided to organize social events to keep them busy, right? Yeah, and men, we can do it now. Although today we are the endangered species in this room, men, yeah, the few men that we are here, I'm sure we can really engage on this one. Maybe we need to go to the unconventional. Perhaps this one might be a good solution. The other one is what I learned recently. I didn't know it. How many people have seen this riddle before? This riddle of a father and son are in a horrible car crash that kills the dad. The son is rushed to the hospital. Just as he is about to go to the knife, the surgeon says, "I cannot operate. The boy is my son." How many people have come across this riddle before? Okay, for those who have not come across this riddle before, yeah, who is the surgeon? Yeah, I think you people had seen this riddle before. Yeah? Yeah, because it is like before, and Vicky, don't say the answer I gave, because when we were being trained on gender equity, diversity, and inclusion, we had very crazy answers, right? From people saying the mother cheated, yeah? Yeah, they say like the mother cheated, or the mother is divorced, or the child has two gay dads, right? Yeah, and in the end, we didn't know that, sometimes unconsciously, you don't know that you are biasing. Yeah, unconsciously, you don't know that you are biasing. And it used to happen a lot, even for us as AIMS, when we try to recruit our students. Like right now, we run a competitive Pan-African doctoral training. Okay, and our acceptance rate is less than 2%. Yeah? And usually you will find, like, when evaluators come to evaluate, they will always say that they know people from particular countries are strong in maths, right? And then people from, like the supervisor will say it is like, I prefer a male student over a female student because you know what happens if the female student gets pregnant and stuff like that, right? And then now they will start by rejecting the application a priori, isn't it? Because of this bias that they put there. And for us as AIMS, we decided to put it to test, whereby the first stage of the evaluation, we made it anonymous. In that, the evaluator does not see the name, does not see the nationality of the student, does not see the transcript of the students. Like from the word go, they just look at the responses that the students are giving. And from that, we've had a diverse cohort of students. Okay, so sometimes there is unconscious bias. So we need to find a way of getting rid of unconscious bias because it stems from how we were raised, it stems from our traditions, it stems from the system, from the institution, from policy. You can argue it from many dimensions. And then the other one is to try and break the echo chamber, especially from the perspective of the men. There is this echo chamber that says every lady that talks about gender is a feminist, right? But these are the same men who have daughters and are married to beautiful women, right? Yeah, exactly. So we must find a way of trying to break the echo chamber. And then, finally, we must come up to the realization. Technology also gets it wrong. How many people saw this article online? Yeah? Of the CEO of Chanel, when she asked ChatGPT, I hope the journalist was not trying to be malicious, because the journalist talks of ChatGPT and then saying when she went to Microsoft, and then that is when she used ChatGPT, yet Microsoft have their own. But I wanted to look at what happened. Like, even her herself, she's the CEO of the company, right? But then she asked ChatGPT to give her the management of Chanel. All of them were male. Yeah? She couldn't identify herself, right? Yeah? So now, what does it tell you? It tells us we have a lot to do. We have a lot to do. We've come from far, we are far, and we are still need to go far. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecile. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was really, So I think, as you can see, we are running out of time. And as you know, we have an interactive session in the afternoon, right? We are here. We are not going anywhere. Cecile, you are still here, right? Okay, now, me, I am here. So you can ask one question to Cecile. Me, I am still around. And then you can ask me the question in the afternoon session. Any question to Cecile? Yes? You can come here, maybe.
Cecile, I was very interested in your game theory approach.
Yes.
I wonder, could you expand on it a little bit more? Do you have any evidence for those outcomes, or was this, playing a mathematical game?
No. I started by playing a mathematical game, because when I was discussing it with my wife, we didn't have actual data. That is why I was saying after the entire process, I was telling her, maybe we need to write this into a paper. We need to turn it into a paper, because maybe with the data, we can be able, maybe even to use different strategies other than this simple one that we did here. Yes.
I think that would be very interesting. I think as at ACWES, we have been running a particular survey for several years around perceptions of gender barriers, and I'm just thinking there might be a way to combine with what you're talking about there. Thank you very much. That was very interesting.
Thank you.
Know his name. He's Cecile. Cecile.
Yes.
The name sounds like for a woman.
No, if it has an E at the end.
I guess it sounds. So I'm so happy with your presentation. The game theory explains exactly the main engagement for the support of the discourse of empowering women. And actually, I thought that would be the recommendation I would give to this conference. Mm-hmm. But first of all, I want to, from the experience of being a gender specialist for some time, I just want to inform you that at the point we are now, there's something we call moderate.
Yes.
I don't see it there, but it's the moderate scenario. We had so many scenarios, but I think we are all at the moderate outcome, yes. Without men's engagement, women still, yes. I think we are, if there are any male engagement, first of all, men are not very much aware they should engage, and if they are really engaging, they should be very few. In Rwanda, there was a movement, and I think it's still there, the he for she movement, which was championed by our president, to try and support the cause of women empowerment. My contribution is just to tell you the fight we are facing with gender equality advancement is that, one, women are trying to seek voice, to seek space at table, as our chairperson was talking about, and they talk to themselves. they always talk to the audience of only women and girls. And when they go home, the girls are going to the other environment where men have not been aware of the issues of their households and the issues of their wives and their daughters. And they just say, okay, those are women issues, because they are not in the space where the women issues are being discussed. Mm-hmm. So I think one way of engaging men is also to share the experiences when the men are there. Number two, the fight that we are facing is that the men just see, like we are talking so much about our constraints and how they can be addressed. And they also face constraints, they also face challenges. So like, we are trying to say, okay, we should be at the same playing field with the men, but they also think we are over-demanding when they are also facing challenges. So my recommendation is, I think we shouldn't also talk much of the allies, but instead of talk about the collaborators or the partners, so that it sounds constructive in the minds of men who are still having men's privileges and who are still in the society that has shaped them as, big. So thank you very much, but I recommend that we have women-specific spaces, but also spaces where we can engage with men. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet, right? Sifa. Okay, thank you, Sifa. Mm-hmm. One more, and then we are going to raise the question in the afternoon.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask if men are in the state of being where they are aware that they can really be allies for women, and are women willing to be allied by men?
Mm-hmm. That's a very nice strategy that we can also add into the game scenario. I believe there are some men who want to be allies in the fight. I believe that there are some women who are willing to join the men in the fight. Okay. The only thing that is missing is, as what Sifa has said, is the space. The space for engagement, right? Because all this while, like, even when we were trying to answer the questions as to why we normally have male applicants only at the end. You have allies moving to advance towards the same goal, and then also you can have isolated spaces also trying to move towards the same goal. Because in the end, you don't know which team is going to win, right? But the first team that reaches the finish line is the one that will provide lessons to the other team that might not have reached the finish line. Thank you.
All right. I apologize for anyone who still had questions. We are above one session for presentation before we head for lunch. We are going to try to summarize, to decrease the time for questions. Please bear with us so that we can see if we can follow on the program. The two sessions that we are going to have, one is going to stay here in this room, and then the other paro session is going to be in the room on this side. So when you exit, just look for the next room for the next presentation. These are going to be led by moderators. Can I have the two moderators stand up, please? We have two moderators. Mm-hmm. Pretty, the moderator for the other room. Which one's it, Denise? Denise, are you here? Okay, so we find a volunteer to do that. I think your room is the one next door. All right, so anyone who is in the discussion related to emerging technology, you stay here. Everyone doing something related to food discussion, food sustainability, we will follow Pretty on the other side. We are going to have about 45 minutes for all the discussion, and then we will meet for lunch. So I just want to give a quick directions of how we are going to do that for lunch. We will have vouchers. So as we exit either of the two rooms, you will receive a voucher for you to go for lunch. Lunch will be served at the restaurant, at the hotel restaurant. They will show you the way. Please remember when it's time to leave, after the discussion, to leave the two rooms, remember to pick a voucher at the door so that you will be able to have food. All right. The last thing I wanted to mention is, due the back, Lidivine, can you stand up so that people can see you? So she's the person to talk to. She will be receiving your registration fee. The second group of people are people that receive a scholarship to be here. This was mentioned at the beginning of the conference today. We had a lot of sponsors. We were able to gather this big room because we had sponsors, so we would like to be able to also fulfill our commitment to them. We will need everyone who received a scholarship, again, to pass by the registration and sign for that scholarship so that we can have that record as well. Thank you so much, and please, you choose which room you want to go to. We have 5 minutes to do that. Emerging technology in health, you stay here. And then sustainable development for food security, we are going to the next room.
Please be precise and try to respect time. So it's my pleasure to call Uwayezu Bwiza Theodosi to present. You are most welcome.
A little bit summary about your work and so on, okay?
Okay. We no longer have to think the world without electricity. Good morning, everyone. I'm Theodosi Uwayezu Bwiza. I'm doing electrical power engineering at University of Rwanda. I'm deeply passionate about sustainable energy and the potential it holds to transform the life of our society, especially women. The Africa are facing significant challenge of achieving the sustainable energy, especially in low area. Even here in Rwanda, we are still have many society and people who are looking for affordable energy and the clean of electricity. As it's a UN Sustainable Energy Development Goal, NAM7, for making all people get the clean energies. It is important to have the power energy as to help us in our everyday life, help us in the health education, and getting the good quality of our life. In our methodology, we use hybrid approach, where we use quantitative and qualitative approach by using different software simulations for providing and designing the software which will help us, some of our society in a rural area, to get the clean energy.
Sorry for the miss out, guys. We didn't listen because this is the afternoon section. So we don't have the morning session. Oh, yeah, my sheet was printed badly. I'm so sorry, I'm apologies.
And
So the morning section, I think we shared it, it's on the website, so you just excuse us and then we'll call for the one that are presented for the morning session.
it's okay.
So you are for the evening session. So.
It's okay. Thank you. We will meet on the afternoon session.
The chemical lecturer at the university in Ghana. Please come forward.
Thank you. As I have been introduced, my name is Ruby Hansen from the University of Education, Winneba in Ghana, presenting on science has been eulogized as a pathway to a good life, good economy, and everything. And chemistry in particular stands out very well. But then, how has chemistry, or science in general, STEM, as I should say, because I'm presenting on chemistry and engineering, how has STEM so far helped us, our woes? If you think back, look at your environment now, look at all the bad things that are coming up with technology, you appreciate that science has been good, but it has been bad in a way. How then do we steer issues so that how far have we moved? Okay, so then if chemistry and engineering, or STEM inclusively, has brought about some woes, which I'll call humanitarian challenges, how do we mop these things up? We can think of the climate change, which is a popular issue now. It's trending. We can look at the pollution in our environment. We can look at scarcity of food. We can look at wars, ethnic conflicts, and all of these things. These things have come about because of knowledge of science. Like I said before, it's been good, but it's been bad in a way. And as much as possible, we want to use STEM to change these things. So we need to mop these things that we have brought up away. How can we do this? I'm a chemistry educator. So I look at engineering, young engineering students, and I look at chemistry students. How can we? Of course, the results of chemistry and engineering, we see that it's brought us a lot of products and services for convenience. Moderator, I'm just starting. Health benefits, boosting economic productivity, greater knowledge about the nature of matter. Science is about the study of matter, and technology is about the application of the knowledge that we gain. Okay. So yet, there have been problems, as I talked about. As we sat here in the morning, I looked around, and I saw people were engaged with their phones and not listening. Phones, laptops, iPads, what have you. So you can now communicate. People in my heads of institutions and all of those things. It's not only teachers who teach. Parents teach. Heads of institutions teach. Once you are in charge of some group of people to mentor them or bring them up in the best ways of life, you can teach skills that people can live by and live well. So these are some of the issues that have come about because of our too known knowledge in science, just moving, and not thinking about the byproducts that are coming up. So in this picture, you can see a whole lot of people in one of the slides. I'm unable to get the pointer. We see destruction from wars. We scientists and engineers. So greater humanitarian issues to see here. People are hungry. Environments are being destroyed. And all kinds. These people have maybe moved from their homes. See how they are cooking now. I wonder even if what they are cooking will suffice them all. These are all challenges that have come about. Sometimes from greed, of course. Okay. So how do we define humanitarian challenges? I put a very simple definition there, that these are conditions that could be threatening to our health, our safety, and well-being. And some of them are what I discussed already, talked about. Okay. And the drivers for these challenges are what I've also outlined here. Poor management is one of them. So we need to mop up these issues as scientists. We created these issues in the first place, and we need to find ways of mopping these problems up. But how do we do it? Something is wrong. Okay. Have we been able to attain the 2030 development goals since its inception with our science? We are still practicing the science. We are still doing all that we need to do. How far have we moved? I see we haven't moved much. We are still learning the science. How are we practicing it? I think we are learning a lot of theories, but not practicing as much. What kind of chemists and engineers we need to produce now? If we are saying that we are not practicing these things and we are not seeing the results of the knowledge we are acquiring, then what do we need to do? We need to have a projection of who we want in the next few years and work towards it. This thing takes a long time to respond. I think I was better off just talking. Okay. So for me as a chemistry educator and giving help to engineers also, I see that there are several topics that we can target to teach issues of humanitarianism. Not humanitarian challenges, but like I told you, I can't stand at one place. Issues of humanitarianism. We can teach them in any of, for me, from my area, any of these courses. These are just a few. Now, with these topics that I've put out here, courses that I've put out here, you can teach them from the science point of view, but also from the social science point of view. For those of us in the sciences, we know that science is cold. It's not warm, but the social sciences are warm. They are more interactive. You tend to think of people in diverse ways, but we do not do that as scientists. So in other words, we need to integrate a bit of the social sciences into the science that we are teaching. And we need to teach from a more holistic point of view. And that means bringing in something we call systems thinking. In systems thinking, you look at an issue from all kinds of perspectives in a more holistic manner than just learning maybe the principles of science or engineering. So I have here an example of an integrated lesson. So here students will be learning about politics. It's not just chemistry and engineering. They'll be learning about economics. They'll be learning about human nature and how the knowledge in science or in engineering will bear on the people who are learning them and how they can also go out and live it. So enacting the principles is what is important now, and not just the acquisition of the knowledge. That is only what we have to do to help us to be more humanitarian. So now we're advocating that people do more contextualized practice, whether in science or technology. So the labs should go beyond school walls. You should have context-situated labs, projects, and so on and so forth. Sometimes someone may say, I'm in a developing country. I cannot do all of these things. My school has no laboratory. I cannot do so on and so forth. You can do something. You can look at your environment and get simple, harmless gadgets that your students can use. Let them practice. Let them acquire knowledge from a contextual point of view by taking them out to the environment, doing things for themselves. For example, if you are teaching about metals, they don't just have to sit in the classroom and learn about metals. They need to go out into the environment, look at bridges, look at costs involved, best type of metals to use. They measure, they do all kinds of things. So it's not just the hardcore metals that they'll be learning about. This is what we are proposing. Okay. This is a simple gadget that most of us in the development countries can ask our heads of institutions to buy for us. This is called a micro kit, and it's cheap. I don't know about, maybe I should have checked before coming. It used to be $10 per kit, and kids can take these home and practice science on their own using home, how do you call it? Home substances like baking powder and so on and so forth, vinegar and so on and so forth. So this will help to steer kids in the right direction. They will actually practice the science and live it. Okay. There can be other things like augmented reality, virtual reality, and so on and so forth, if you have the resources. So from what I've said so far, it's possible to look at not just chemical engineering, but chemistry as a discipline, engineering as a discipline, or any of the STEM disciplines, and work them out to teach our children about humanitarian concepts. That is what we need now. And then we will stop killing each other. We will be more responsible for ourselves, we'll be more responsible for our neighbors, and we'll be more responsible for the environment. Okay. When we're able to do that, we will have a very beautiful world, a clean world. We will not be so sick, We will not be, struggle for things, because even in the little space that you are, everything is well engineered, everything is well connected. You are self-satisfied. Your neighbor is self-satisfied. There is no need of struggling for anything. And I want to believe we will be less ill also. So if we do everything right, then we will have this kind of world, very beautiful world, very clean and looking very peaceful also. Yeah. So I would want to say that it's possible to teach chemistry and engineering or any of the sciences, the STEM disciplines, in such a manner that we will be able to instill a kind of humanitarian principle in our upcoming kids, so that we will have a better world. These kids will know much about sustenance, how to sustain their immediate environment so that it will bear on the larger environment in all aspects of life, whether in our economies, whether in our politics, in our social life, in our culture, in any kind of way. Yeah. So it's possible to use STEM to help our kids to imbibe humanitarian principles, sustainable concepts, put sustainability concepts into lessons that we teach, and demonstrate care for humanity. So I have a few recommendations, but I think the best one is to be able to conduct science with fun. If you look at the micro kit I showed, it's really fun to work with. So we can conduct science with fun and contextualize lessons so that science and technology will become more meaningful and we'll have a better world to live in. So these are a few references. I want to thank you for your audience. Thank you.
Let's clap once again for Professor Ruby. It was really an inspiring presentation, and thank you for being a woman while you presented. Yes. So for the sake of time, I'm going to invite the second presenter. Then if we have time, we'll have a quick question after the both session. So it's my pleasure to invite, sorry if I pronounce your name badly, Afrifa Opoku Millicent.
Hello. Thank you. You got the name right. At least you didn't say Africa, as many people would do. I'm Millicent Afrifa Opoku from Ghana, and I'm with African Institute for Mathematical Sciences Research and Innovation Center. I'm a PhD student. My work is basically about how we all developed. I don't know if we've ever wondered how our mothers were able to carry us for the 9 months and how it all started, okay? I'll take us through some parts of the journey and how I'm trying to use math for now and later data science to answer certain questions that are in the field that we would want to understand and would better help in vitro fertilization or assisted reproductive technology. Okay, since the slides are not up, I could still go on. As I mentioned, I'm basically doing embryogenesis, and embryogenesis is basically how the embryo develops, irrespective of it being human or animals, which we are still part of, sorry. For some years, or for basically several years now, whenever we would want to understand anything that has to do with a human embryo, we sort out to animals, specifically the mouse, because of certain similarities with our development. And as we all know, the development starts from fertilization, where there's an ovum and a sperm meeting to start the process. When a zygote is obtained, it goes through several stages of these processes till we get to the 9 month where a baby is born. My study is basically based on the first 6 days. Someone might wonder why the first 6 days and not the whole 9 months. So there's this technology, which is called in vitro fertilization, and it's part of the assisted reproductive technology. I don't know if any of us have heard of it, IVF. Thank you. It basically helps people, or especially women that would want to conceive but find it difficult to do it naturally, to get this assistance through the lab and will be able to get the embryo implanted into the womb after the blastocyst, which is the embryo that is formed after the first 6 days, implanted in them, and hopefully it will be able to develop into a baby for them to also have the chance to carry a baby for themselves. So in the first 6 days, the process, as I mentioned, starts off with a zygote, a fertilized egg. Then we tend to see cleavage, which is basically cell division, till it gets to a certain stage or a number of blastomeres, which are the cells that are formed from the division. And after 16 to 32 blastomeres are formed, we first experience the first lineage, which is called the first differentiation or the primary differentiation, where these blastomeres or cells of the same type make a decision through communication to become 2 different types. We have some cells going on to become the trophectoderm, and we have other cells going on to become the inner cell mass. After the first differentiation, cells go on to divide again till they get to the 64th cell stage, where the second differentiation occurs again. The second differentiation occurs solely on the inner cell mass. The inner cell mass goes on to differentiate or make a decision that we are all going to choose one kind that we would go on to become. So some cells, through communication, go on to become epiblast, which develop to become the proper embryo or the baby, and some goes on to become the primitive endoderm, which goes on to become the placenta. And also there's a fluid cavity that is also developed, which is mostly seen in, encased in the placenta. Sorry, okay. Which one is forward? Sorry, I don't understand the sign language. Oh, thank you. Which one is forward? Because I want to go back, but it keeps going. Okay. Perfect. Okay, thank you. So this is basically the process I described for the 9 months. And the focus of the study is this process, which is basically the first 6 days, where we have in A, the fertilized egg cell. It goes on to divide, forming morulus, blastomeres, which together is called the morula. In C, we see compaction and internalization, and it's basically an increase in the cell surface area, where cells tend to adhere to each other more. Then in D, we see the first differentiation I spoke of, where all the blue cells tend to become either green or orange, which is the inner cell mass or the trophectoderm. Then we go on to see the inner cell mass differentiating to give epiblast or primitive endoderm, and the blue casing being the blastocell, which is the fluid cavity. Then when everything is self-sorted and well organized, we have the final stage, which could be implanted into the womb for the further development. Okay, so for this project, we have different sessions. It is a bigger project for my PhD. So far, I've just done the mathematical modeling aspect. So basically, we are just trying to answer certain questions that can't or haven't been able to be observed so far in between these stages of the development. And we are basically using mathematical modeling, specifically the cellular port model, data science, and the blastoid model. So the blastoid model is just a stem cell model where we pluripotent cells from the human is able to mimic this process that I explained. Okay, one may ask, what is the motivation for this work? I started off by mentioning IVF, where I said that with findings from this work, we would be able to answer certain questions that will help with the success rate of in vitro fertilization. As of now, the success rate on the first try is between 20 and 35%, and the overall success rate is 50%. And this process is very expensive. So if certain questions are answered that will help improve this technology, it would be a good tool for all of us without doing it severally before we stand a chance of being able to conceive. Okay, so several studies have been done, and as I mentioned, some studies tend to use that of the mouse because of the similarities in the processes for the first 6 days, and various things, processes or biological behaviors are still not understood. So with the help of this study, we'll be able to get more insights using the data and the math modeling that we have. Okay, so for this presentation, the overall objective is to develop the cellular port model. In all, if we would want to understand what really happens at each stage, we should first be able to come up with a model that would be able to mimic this process for the first 6 days. Then through tuning and sensitivity analysis, you'll be able to understand how these various parameters or terms that are included really affect the process. So we basically go through the single cell dynamic, cell sorting, then we start with the actual process of the fertilized egg, the division, compaction, till we finally have the blastocyst formed. Okay, so the cellular port model, it's a computational framework that is used to simulate cells in a mathematical sense, because this blastocyst formation or the human embryo formation is a very complex process. And one thing that we, with the help of math, we are able to achieve is being able to do an abstraction of a complex process to find insights or how basic math could help us understand these complexities. So we basically create a lattice, which can be found on grids, where we put a collection of these grids forming cells. So if you see collection of pixels of the same color, we will call it as a cell. And these are defined by the area of the cell, so in 2D area, the perimeter, and the adhesion. The adhesion has to do with how well cells stick or wish to stick together or wish not to stick together. And that covers for the intercellular communication between the cell. Okay. And another thing, the overall goal is to minimize these terms so that these cells that are placed in the medium or the system would be able to be stabilized or attain equilibrium, which is as cells will behave in the natural state. So as I described, these are the three main terms included in the mathematical equation, which has to do with the area, which is just the pixel points that are collected for a specific cell. The perimeter is the cells that are on the boundary of the cell, and the adhesion has to do with how well cells would want to stick together or would want to stay apart. Okay, so this problem could be formulated as an optimization problem where you tend to minimize, it's called, so when all these terms are put together, we call it the Hamiltonian, where you tend to minimize the Hamiltonian subject to area, perimeter, adhesion, and boundary constraints. Okay, and in order to address this optimization problem, we deploy the Monte Carlo simulation, specifically the Metropolis-Hasten algorithm, which helps us to solve or to go through the problem. Basically, it helps us to sample from a distribution which is not well defined, as we would be able to tell, oh, this is from a Gaussian distribution or a different distribution that is well known. And with the stochasticity of the system that we have, it will be best to use a stochastic process, which is why we use the Metropolis algorithm. Okay, so for the first implementation, we had this, I don't know if the video could play, but then for the first, we first put in a rectangular cell, and the overall goal is to study the dynamics. And if a rectangular cell is placed in the lattice, mimicking the real cell, it would tend to, with the minimization of the energy or the total energy, it would tend to form a circular blob and not stay at a high energy system. So in the simulation, I don't know, maybe I can't play it, but then on the left-hand side is a simulation where it starts off with a rectangular cell and then tends to, through cell updating, forms this circular blob. And the right-hand side, the simulation plot, just gives us the search system such that from the beginning, we have it on high volume or total energy, but then over time, it tends to decrease, mimicking the process that is going on in the simulation. Sorry. Okay, then the next one is the cell sorting. And with the cell sorting, depending on the adhesion value that is assigned, cells will tend to come together or stay apart. It's two simulations. I don't know why the other is not showing, but this is of the same cell type, and the other is of two different cell types, and 100 cells is placed, and depending on the values assigned for the interaction between these cells, cells are able to make a decision to whether come together or stay apart. Okay, so in the embryogenesis, the first thing is the fertilized egg, and when fertilized egg is placed in the lattice, it goes through cell division. The cell division normally starts after the first 24 hours after fertilization, and this division is called the cleavage because, or it follows the mitotic cell division because the overall volume or area of the cell is conserved. So all those cells divide. They don't divide with half the volume of the parent cell and increase. It rather stays with the volume that it got after division. And these cells that are gotten from the division is called the blastomeres, but then the solid blob is called the morula. Okay, so in the first simulation for the cell division, we started with a single cell, which is the round, and we go on through to get all the division through to compaction. Then we observe the first differentiation, which is the primary differentiation, getting the inner cell mass and the trophectoderm. Then we observe the second differentiation, which is the ICM differentiation to be epiblast and the primitive endoderm. Okay, then the blastocell. So the blastocell is just described by the semi-light blue, which is just a fluid cavity that is formed. And this is the overall simulation for the blastocyst. It's still an ongoing project, and we are still trying to fine-tune it to get a better view of it. But then we've been able to reproduce and been able to also get specific reasons why certain things happen, which could include division. We've been able to tell that cells of similar, or siblings, let me put, go on to divide before further cells could divide. And if that doesn't happen, the process doesn't go on to give us the fine blastocysts that could be implanted or could be used in IVF. Okay, so it's not moving. Basically, in conclusion, we've been able to achieve this. We've been able to achieve this, and we've been able to also go on to answer specific questions that could include what are some of the things that could be used as a variable parameter to determine whether the cell is, the blastocyst form qualifies to be implanted or not. Thank you. Questions? Okay.
Okay, thank you for your nice presentation, and thank you for being a problem solver when there was no slide. So let's again clap for her. For the sake of time, I will advise that we ask questions during lunch for the sake of networking. So we are going to take one more presenter. Is Witton's Denise around? Okay. The next one is Kaitesi Yvonne. Okay, Cynthia. Okay, you are most welcome.
To develop scientific inquiry skills so that they could use it to teach optics or light topics in the secondary schools. Okay, so the next generation science standards have created a lot of educational kits due to the USA adapting STEM education. And these science kits that have been created, including kits that could be used to teach optics or other science-related. And according to Mohan, science teachers can only engage their students in the classroom when they use innovative teaching strategies. And these teaching strategies, we are all saying that the gender gap, when girls get engaged in the classroom, then they'll feel like doing STEM courses. With this reform, global reform, our Ministry of Education, that is Ghana, and other African countries are also going forward for this trend. So they urge physics teachers to integrate innovation into practice. To address this challenge, I felt that the photonic explorer kit could be used to train pre-service teachers in UW. And this photonic explorer kit is just a simple kit that is meant or developed in the EU, and it is meant to teach junior and high school students. So I tried to use this same kit for our university students. Many studies have acknowledged the significance of using varied equipment in teacher education. and the Department of Physics Education felt that before our teachers could teach using innovative pedagogies, then they should be trained to acquire practical skills, and then they should be able to have problem-solving strategies. However, this is always not achieved, and as has been said, we do not have standardized laboratory in our universities, and even when you go down to where these pre-service teachers will be trained to go and teach, it is worse. And even the remotest part of African countries, we do not have any other lab. So we are trying to see, without a standardized lab, what can the pre-service teacher do to help teach these students? Then to solve these challenges, we need to reevaluate how we are teaching or we are training STEM educators so that when they go back to the classrooms, they could also use innovative strategies that is of low, in terms of economic, like funding, just little funding, you could teach properly. Because we cannot tell ourselves that all of a sudden we could get funding for all our STEM labs. Even in the developed countries, some countries and some cities are having challenge with that. So we will have to reevaluate our system and then find innovative strategies for that. Okay, so the purpose, this is part of my PhD work. So the purpose of the study was to evaluate how the PEK strategies could aid the development of scientific inquiry skills and then concept acquisition in optics. We are all aware in our various laboratories, we always have this kind of cook manuals, already prepared manuals that we follow to do our practicals. But research have shown that, and I got this innovation from my mentor from the same university, that is Professor Ruby. Research have actually shown us that when we continuously use these cookbooks for our students, they cannot become innovators and they can never become critical thinkers. So that is why we are trying to see, can we help the pre-service teacher or the in-service teacher to be able to design, look at the environment, observe the environment, form a testable hypothesis. After you have formed a testable hypothesis, then you design and conduct your own experiment. As a group, how do you sit down and see, this is the way to go? Then after that, how would they collect the data? And when they collect the data, how would they make meaning from the data? And after that, how would they communicate their findings? And when they do that, then they become great scientists. So the research questions that I'm trying to do is that I'm trying to do what are some of the preconceptions. And when we talk about preconceptions, that is the ideas that the students bring to the classroom. Some of these ideas will be good, so we can say they are correct conceptions. Some will be partial. It means they are good, but they lack certain scientific reasoning. And then some will be totally off. So we call it alternative conceptions or misconceptions. So I'm trying to know which conceptions have the children or the teachers brought to the classroom. And I'm trying to find out whether the scientific inquiry skills of these pre-service teachers can be developed when they use the photonic explorer kits. Then with the methodology, this is a convergent mixed approach. I'm using educational design research. The population was all physics students in UW, and the population was just 51, and I had 3 girls in that level. Then we are trying to do sampling, so I'll use the whole class, and then I'll interview 15 of them. I'm going to use some test instruments. So I'm going to use a 2-tier test instrument. So when I ask the question, there'll be a first part that is an objective, and when you pick your answer, I'll ask you to give reasons why you chose that answer. And that will help me analyze your reasoning for choosing that particular answer. And then I was going to do some kind of questionnaire. And when I give that questionnaire to them, I want to use some relative important index. Which skills did they think they got it developed? And which skills did they develop? and then I'm trying to use an observation checklist. Whilst they are in the classroom, I want to see what is the interaction that is going on among themselves. What are they saying? What are their feelings or their perceptions about the class? And I'll do an interview. There was validity and reliability check on every instrument. And then this is a picture of the photonic Aspire kit. And the right one is some of the practicals that can be done. This is a pure practical on loss of reflection. So you have this, if you have this loss of reflection, it means you'll be able to measure your angle of incidence. It is not going to be the pinhole camera or other things. The student will be able to measure the actual measurement and will be able to tell that, yes, the angle of incidence is equal to the angle of refraction, not the one or repeating what is already in the books, because the students will have an actual hands-on activity. Okay. So this is on some of the concepts that we try to look at. I try to look at how would they be able to trace light rays, because we find out students just draw lines, straight lines, to say that is a light ray. No. For it to be a light ray, you must use a straight edge and you must have an arrow on it to show that it is, but students just draw without the arrows. So I wanted to find out how they would do it. Identification and measurement of angle of incidence and angle of refraction at 1 decimal place. Yes, when students just come into the classroom, they have seen arrows. They can just measure anything and then interchange them. And some are not even able to identify which one is the angle of incidence and angle of refraction. Some typical one, they misinterpret the glancing angle for an angle of incidence or angle of refraction. And when they do that, when they are measuring, how would they put their eye? They must have that eye alignment, and they must position their eyes at the right angles to be able to measure correctly. And when they measure, what will be the significance of the value? Will it be 2 decimal place or 3? Or no decimal place? And they must be able to do it at 1 decimal place, because the rulers that they are using can measure up to 1 decimal place. Then they should be able to calculate the focal length of concave and convex mirrors using the mirror formula. When they are using that mirror formula, there are so many sign conventions, about 2 sign conventions. Would they observe it? Or they will just put in the value into it without observing what is there? Then we are trying to see, can they be able to measure correctly the object distance and image distance? Because when you are measuring, you are just looking at the tip of the arrow and down. How would they be able to do that correctly? So when we do that, we find out that some concepts that were assessed, like only 21% were able to do that. And when you see the CC, means correct conception. The PC means partial conception. And then the MC was a misconception. And NE, it means this student never gave any explanation. They just chose the objective. They will get the objective right, but they didn't give any reasoning. And when it happened that way, it could be that the student scored. I've scored, but I do not have an answer. And the scoring could be by chance. Because if it is an objective and you just have an answer, you have a percentage of 25% right. So they just guess. Okay, so these are some of the sample statements that they wrote. For all of us here, we know a little optics. So you know that light have 3 characteristics. It can converge, it can diverge, it can move parallel. So that is the right answer. But some just said a beam of light are parallel in nature. It is not always that beams of light will be parallel. Sometimes they can converge or diverge. So this is what some of the student statement. In this case, it means the person have a misconception. And then you say beam of light is a collection of light rays. So these are some of the themes. Then one interesting aspect was lateral inversion. I asked the question, why will ambulance or emergency cars have their writings inverted? And very interesting results students told me. Yeah, they were so much interesting. They didn't know that it was just as a result of emergencies. Okay. So this is the relative important index of the skills that were developed. I asked them, which skills? And you could see that the ones that were developed least was the ability of them to design experiment. That was the least rank, 7th. And the most rank was that I was able to communicate my results during the PK lessons. So they developed that skills, but the ability to design experiment was low. It's all because they are used to already cook experimental workbooks. Okay, this was the observation. I did a trend graph of the observation. You could see that some peaks at the early part, it was low, but and some weeks, it was so low. An example was total internal reflection. They were thinking that because of reflection, it was going to deal with mirrors. They never knew that reflection was in lenses. So just the name got them confused. And these are some of the sample statements. And then this is some of the findings. So the pre-service teachers had misconception in the second part, that is the reasoning, but they had less errors within the objectives part. And I said this could be due to guesswork. So they lack scientific inquiry skills, problem-solving skills, and conceptual understanding in 2 out of the 6 concepts that I tested. And this is similar to some research that were done in Turkey, that some of their pre-service teachers were also having some misunderstanding. They faced challenges during the practical work during the first 3 weeks, but then over the weeks, they developed such scientific inquiry skills, except few concepts that I said, like total internal reflection. And this is also in a study by Ruby Hansen. He actually used micro activities to develop skills or process skills of students. So the recommendation, STEM courses should be taught using hands-on activities. You should try to do hands-on activities. When we do that, we can have the girl child doing STEM and having interest in STEM. And then such approach have the tendency to help decrease the gender gap in STEM. Okay, thank you, Akpe. So thank you in Swahili means Asante sana, and then in Rwanda we say Malakuzi. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Cynthia, for your nice presentation. My take home is to teach young generation to be creative. So let's give a mic clap for all the 3 presenters. So maybe we have quick question. We'll have 1 question for each presenter. If I can remind you, the first one was about humanitarian by Professor Ruby. The second one was with Millicent, and the third one. So we'll have questions from each range so that we are interactive. Thank you. Yes, Irene.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, good afternoon. So my question is for the first presenter that spoke on humanitarian, managing humanitarian issues. So the question is, what are the procedures that are being put in place right now to involve other, let's say, lecturers or universities in Ghana and probably in Africa? Like, what are you doing to get other people involved in this, the work you're doing?
Thank you. So, most big things start small. So it started small in our faculty. Everybody is trying to be innovative in their practice and working towards sustainability. So that's a big project we are looking at. Everybody is looking at it from their discipline.
As a lecturer, for example, and you've mentioned some topics that can be, what term. So do you have project topics that you can involve students in to, because I think one of your slides you mentioned a lot of things that people can do, even in the secondary school.
Yes.
So how are you, doing that in your own department? Do you have project topics related to this?
Yes. Yes. So in our department, we have projects, and these projects are done from a systems thinking point of view. That includes everything. So students have to go out into the environment, work with the people within the environment, and look at whatever discipline or whatever concept they are working on from all spheres of life.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yes, please.
Thank you so much. My question is for Madam PhD. Okay, so I wanted to find out that your concept, is there whatever stages or processes the sperm goes through before it becomes embryo, is there being mimicked just in your concept, or that is what really happens? I know the system of fertilization and all of that, but it looks like I got a bit confused with the fact, especially the differentiation part. Does that happen in our bodies, or is this through the IVFs, or you are trying to mimic that in your concept so that, I don't know, but maybe you can clarify those things for me.
Thank you for the question. So everything I showed with the process happens, and it has been observed in experimental, cell fertilization, like the IVF. The differentiation, is not mathematics differentiation. It's just cells making decisions through communication to become A or B. And they go on to perform different tasks. Okay. So that's what we term as differentiation.
So in this case, how is your modeling?
I don't understand.
So your work is about creating a concept or a model, right? So in the IVF situation, how is your modeling in that situation?
Okay, so when it comes to the IVF, the whole idea is this is able to happen experimentally before implantation is done. Yeah. And certain things don't go right, okay? Or even in our developments, like when even two people or adults are able to mate and fertilization happens till the baby is born. There are developmental issues, there are certain things that goes wrong. But it's believed that since this part of the process can be studied outside the body, then certain questions could be answers. And these questions has to do with how the cell moves from one stage to the other. So this model is modeling in the sense that we will be able to...
Maybe at the end of the model or applying it, I'll get answers to even my question now.
Yes, please. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. You can
lastly,
continue during lunch.
The last presenter, the question.
Mm-hmm.
It was not a question, actually, but maybe if there's a way to put things in place, like back then in senior high school and even junior high school, we had laboratories and all of that. But it looked like in my school, maybe I don't know for other schools, even touching equipment are problems for us. You are supposed to wait for the teacher to do for you to just look at it. I just finished my master's or through the master's, and I realized that some things I was taught in SHS, I now understood them because you just have to memorize and write exams. But you're not allowed to even touch just common microscope for you to even know how to manipulate them. So maybe in your research work, you can, find out or help imbibe those things let us experience it. It's not just reading. We should have a feel of it so that we can be innovative. If we don't do it, you don't know where the gap is, even to be innovative about it. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello, my question goes. I was just asking the question on the methodology. We are talking about empowering women in STEM. And on the methodology, I saw a slide where we are talking about the access population, and it said 51.
Thank you. Yes, that is true. So in Ghana, a lot of women shy away from physics because they feel and perceive that it's difficult. So in that class, and even among those that even generally the men also not want to do physics, chemistry, and sometimes maths. So the whole year, we only have 51 in the whole university. So that is level 200. So there were just 51 offering physics to be physics teachers for the whole country. So currently, if you go to every secondary school, we have demand for physics teachers, high demand for physics teachers. And in that year, we have only 3 women doing physics. And that was even the highest. The subsequent years have been 1 or 0. So we try to do some outreaches to see how we can tell them to come on board. Yeah, so that is the truth. So that was the whole population, a whole year group. Yes, so nobody was taken out. Yes, so that is the
Thank you
story.
all for your nice questions, and let's clap ourselves for this session. So it's time for lunch. As a reminder, we had that we need to take the voucher when we get out. So you see, Eva has the voucher. So if you don't have the voucher, you will not be able to have lunch. Make sure you grab one before you leave the room. Thank you. Yes, you can leave the bag here, they are safe.
So if you enjoyed the lunch, now let's enjoy also the conversation of this afternoon. We are going to have a panel discussion, and the panel discussion is going to be on breaking the barriers and seizing opportunities, the journey of women in STEM. The moderator of this panel discussion is Dr. Vicky Kondi Akaha. Please make your way, and then I give you the floor to call upon your panelists, please. As she goes on the stage, you can give her some.
Hello. Oh, yes. Okay, so hi, everyone. I hope you had a very good lunch. I can see people smiling. That's wonderful. Because, you know, when we were ending the session, I was saying face a little bit scared, and then I was like, oh, people want to eat. And now that we ate, all of us, we are very happy. Okay. So, as Dr. Marie Chantal mentioned, this section is, the title is the Breaking Barrier and Sensitizing Opportunity. You know, we want to share some journey of some women in STEMs. And please do forgive me for my accent because I'm from a French-speaking country. And then you can even sometimes feel it from my accent, but mostly when I speak in the in some kind of high level, public, like all those scientists that we have here, I always mention that I'm someone who has a stutter, a very big one, but sometimes when I speak, you don't know that I have a stutter. So this is for me also, to encourage people that have disabilities to feel comfortable. Your disability did not prevent you to be where you want to be and to speak where you can speak. So please, if you do not get what I'm saying, feel comfortable, raise your hand and ask a question. Okay? So for the technical information, for people that speak French, please kindly use the how do you call it? The headsets, and then if it's not working, raise your hands, and people from the technical support will come and assist you. Okay? Thank you. I will also invite Dr. Zubeida Ukudimana. Please, let's clap for Dr. Zubeida. Let me invite Dr. Mary Mwangi. Thank you. And I'm also inviting Dr. Kamemera Noella Josiane Umuhoza. Please, let's clap for Dr. Noella. So, and last not least, because I will also introduce myself later. So, again, let's invite Mrs. Cynthia Jubuni Adanu. Yes, please. So, if you do not mind, sharing the journey of women in STEM. And then we know that we are all here gathered today, to celebrate not only their journey, but our journey, all of us here. And then also to raise some kind of, how can I say that, recommendation, okay, that we can take for the young people that are here. This is an opportunity to ask questions, to learn from the mentor that we have here. And then I think by the end, then we can write something that we will keep in the report as recommendation. So first of all, let me introduce them. So Dr. Jennifer Batamuriwiza, she's a head of, we have here. I think I will let them introduce themselves. That will be better, please. Yeah.
Yes, so thank you so much, Dr. Vicky. I'm really happy to be here today and to talk to you all. So, as she said, I'm called Dr. Jennifer Batamuliza. I'm the head of Data-Driven Incubation Hub and short professional courses at the University of Rwanda. I'm also a lecturer. I teach bachelor students. I teach computer courses, programming and all other courses. For masters, I teach data science courses. Apart from that, I'm also the program lead for MasterCard Foundation Scholars Program, where I'm in charge of girls empowerment and preparing the young girls for the life ahead. I wear many hats. I'm also the deputy coordinator for a certain project which is in charge of accelerating digital transformation in Africa. So lastly, now as we see Rawis here, I'm also a member of Rawis and a vice president for Rawis. So maybe I can say briefly, I have a bachelor degree in computer engineering and information technology. I have a master's of science in computer science and technology, and then I have PhD in data science, specializing in data mining.
Please, can we clap for her? Can we clap for her? Thank you very much, Dr. Jennifer, for this. This high-level CV. So, Dr. Mary Mwangi, I call her basically mom because we have known each other for a long time, and she has been a very big mentor for me. So, Dr. Mary, can you introduce yourself, please?
Thank you very much, Vicky. I'm honored to be here this afternoon. This is a dream come true for us as ACWES. I am from Kenya. I teach in the university, Kenyatta University, the largest university in Kenya in terms of student numbers. I teach agricultural biotechnology. Food security and nutrition matters are at my heart, and I've been working on banana improvement for the last 20 years. Lately, I'm also working on sorghum or women's crops because I am committed to the empowerment of women and girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mary. So I will ask Dr. Zubeida, please can you briefly introduce yourself as well? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
So, no, you have to press the button. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Zubeida Okundimana. I'm a Rwandan, and I hold a PhD in environmental engineering, a master's in environmental engineering, and a bachelor's in chemical engineering. I am a senior lecturer in the University of Rwanda, College of Science and Technology, Department of Chemistry. I am associate editor in Journal of Science of Chemical and Environmental Engineering. I am also coordinating master's program in my department. I am a vice president of OWST, Rwanda National Chapter, Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World. And I'm a researcher. I think I will say more after if needed. Thank you very much. I'm a mother of 2.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Zubeida. I will ask Mrs. Cynthia. Please, Mrs. Cynthia, can you mind?
No,
yes.
I'm here.
Okay. Can you mind introducing yourself? You know, I was looking for her there.
Hi, everyone. I'm Cynthia Jebuni Adam, a lecturer that's physics and a teacher educator. I'm a Commonwealth scholar. I did fellowship there for 3 months, and I was trying to look at quality, access, and inclusion for girls in STEM specifically. I'm a Fulbright scholar too as well. I try to see how we can use indigenous technology to teach science, and especially to give quality education for the girl child. I'm a national trainer for the Ghana Education Service for science and math teachers. I was doing that for people that were in-service teachers. But I realized that the in-service teachers, most of them have formed their teaching philosophies, and they have their own opinion about how teaching should be done. So I thought that then I should go to teacher education, where I could get them at that younger age of their teaching profession, so we could do some kind of impactful knowledge sharing with them. I'm a teacher that I've taught in all levels of education. Right from the KG, I slept on the floor with them. Then I moved to the JHS, and then I taught in a secondary school for more than 10 years as head of department for the science department. And then I moved to the teacher training college, also teaching physics, and finally with University of Education. So I'm all-around teacher and a physics scientist as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Cynthia. So, Dr. Newela, do you know why I kept you at the last position? You know, yes, because you know she has a very huge CV, and I wanted her to speak to speak in a very short minute. All those profiles that you have, please tell us. Just describe yourself to us. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's nice for someone who is short to have something long, not my CV, but my name. So always I'm proud and I like my names. Often I'm Umuhoza, Karemela, Noela, Josiane. Often people ask me which one I do prefer. I say I like all my names, so you can pick any of them. Yeah. So as she said, I'm a woman who is in science. I'm a lecturer at the University of Rwanda, and also I'm in charge of the program of Masters and PhD of the University of Rwanda. our university is a university that is rising, that is becoming visible among other universities in Africa. So I hope that soon we can have many of you are coming to study at UR, either master's or PhD. And maybe briefly, because she just gave me 1 minute, and I can say that I'm in the agriculture sector. I did my agroeconomics in Senegal, then I went to do my master's in India and my PhD in China. So I have been told that today we can speak it in French or in English, and even I heard some of you speaking a little Kinyarwanda, so you are welcome. Yeah, we can use any language in which you feel comfortable. And maybe allow me to say that I'm someone who would like to see women shining, winning, and inspiring other women. That's why I think that we are here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Noella. Thank you for this great and short, introduction of yourself. So I think it's also good for myself to give. People knows me. You know me as Dr. Vicky. I've been sending too much email to you. But I think it's also good for you to know what I've done so far. I had a bachelor degree in environment management. Environment management, basically it was an engineering bachelor. And then after I did my master degree in environment management. And from that, I switched off in my PhD in physics. And then I specialized in energy, climate, and environment. And so my bachelor degree, I did it in Burkina Faso. I did my master degree in Egypt, Alexandria. And I did my PhD between France and then Ivory Coast. And now I'm a resident researcher in climate science at African Institute for Mathematical Science here in Rwanda. And also the Gender and Inclusion Officer for our academic center and then our research and innovation center. And basically, I'm a Togolese and proud Togolese. So I just wanted to know from our panelists. We will start with Mrs. Cynthia. I just wanted to know what really inspired you, through your STEM journey, and then what was some kind of challenge that you faced through this journey.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, during my STEM journey, I started as a BSc physics, then MPhil physics, that was the pure physics. I majored in electronics. Then I tried to see how people can learn physics. That is how students learn this physics. So from that journey, the one I saw that was quite challenging was adding teaching of physics and then becoming head of department for a secondary school. This was one of the renowned schools in Ghana, Adisada College, all male-dominated. Then this was a teachers far older than me, like my father's age mate, and I was the youngest in the department, and I was the only female in the department. So I was controlling more than 3/4 of the teachers have to report to me, and I also have to report to the board of governors for decision making. And looking at my age and the gender issues started coming. She's too small to lead us, but I will say that to the glory of God, that's small, and my title was unqualified HOD. That was my title throughout as head of department. And although I was in a male-dominated school, that was all males, but I tried as much as possible to always bring in females from the deprived communities, because this was a school that was a first-class school. It had all the amenities, it had all the government agencies supporting the school because of the big name. So I tried to go and then bring these young girls from the deprived community and bring it to our labs, because we have everybody, and that is the issue at Alliance. These were all males in the department. What has STEM got to do with them? So I tried to, during our professional development session, try to let them see the importance of them helping me to teach these girls from these deprived communities. and I try to do that. And during my tenure as head of department, the school that never went to the science and maths quiz final or even the semi-finals, the first year we went for the semi-finals, we were there, the HODs were proud, and I was proud, at least for more than 1.5 century to go to that platform. But the next year we were at the finals, and we managed to be the first runner-up. The second year, that was a big show, we were in the final. And can you imagine how huge I am being carried by men? These were the male teachers. So that's where they saw that, yes, women can do. Yeah. And I used that platform to advocate for these young girls to always come to our school. So every month I'll bring them to come and then we learn. I try to share my stories with them and then try to get this men alliance. Until date, although I'm no more in that school, but we still have this men alliance, having connection with the local communities and then trying to help the girl child to do STEM.
Thank you very much. Can we really clap for Mrs. Cynthia? Thank you for this wonderful job that you have done, and then also thank you for not letting this fear for being the only lady among men, to put you down or to terrify you. I think we, as younger people here, we are learning from you as well. So, Dr. Jennifer, can you also share with us, your story, your STEM story? And then also align some kind of challenge that you had during this pathway. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I can pick up from where my colleague was talking about. So as she was mentioning how she was the only female in the department and she was the leader, that same story happened to me. So I was also the head of software engineering department, and you understand that is a male-dominated field. So we were 2 women, but one was like coming part-time somehow, but I was the only one who was full-time, and I was the head of department. So you can imagine leading all those male, like 20 male, and giving them directions and instructions. So it was not really easy. Yeah, so I just wanted to talk about that, but now maybe I can talk about my story, and I can start from the early ages. So I'll say it in brief because it's a long story. I can talk about it the whole day, but let me make it short. So for me, I grew up as a girl who was really ambitious. So I really wanted to do a lot, and I wanted to be different from anyone else. So I used to hear, oh, girls cannot do sciences. And I was like, I want to make a difference. I want to be different for all these people, and I'll make it. So what I told myself is, first of all, I know what I want to become. Like, I wasn't like other kids, many kids want to become pilots and they want to become doctors, When you talk to them, that's the first thing they talk about. But for me, I just said, I need to become an engineer. You understand? So I was like, okay, let me do sciences. For me to become an engineer, of course, I need to do sciences, and I need to do them very well. So I started studying, and when I was in high school, you can imagine, I was topping my class that had more than 40 male. You understand? But then, still they would, they're like, she's bright, but how comes like a woman? How can she, be clever than us? And then I was even telling them, when I go to the advanced level, I'm going to choose math, physics. And they're like, will you really make it? I'm like, if I'm topping this class, that's obvious. I'm going to make it. So they try to, bringing those biases and stereotypes and saying that sciences is for male. But then I told them I'm going to make a change, yeah? So I really made that change because I applied for maths and physics. I did maths and physics very well, topping the classes, yeah? And then afterwards, I joined the university, and I really knew what I wanted because I was like, I need to be a computer engineer. And then when I went to the university, they gave me to study civil engineering, and I was like, no, this is not what I want. So I changed the department out. And people were telling me, no, it's not easy to change, but I said, I know what I want. So now I did computer engineering, and the challenges were, because she asked me about the challenges too. The challenges were, there were very few women. I remember in the undergraduate, like we were 5 out of 50 students, we were only 5 female. You know, it was not easy. Only 5 people, you know, you can even give up by saying, why is it that it's male-dominated? Maybe I'm in the wrong place. But I kept going. And then when I was doing my master's, we were only 2 girls in the whole program. So I was like, I know what I want. So I kept going, and I really worked hard. These are the things that helped me to get where I am today. So challenges are being in an environment where you feel like you don't belong there, because people try to make you feel like you're not where you're supposed to be. So that was my biggest challenge. And then the challenge was even going beyond the classes, because the challenges were even going up to the society, to my family, because the people in my family have done, most of them had done like economics, you know, they didn't do sciences. So I was the first one to do sciences in my family. And yeah, I just ignored that because I knew I want to be there and I have to go there, like whatever it takes. So I kept going, and even I joined PhD, and then still PhD, I went to data science, and you know, people are like, are you sure you're going to make it? And I did PhD when I already had what? The family. So you can imagine, that's another challenge. You have to have that work-life balance. You need to take care of the kids, and you're giving birth. Like when I was doing PhD, I got a baby. When I was doing PhD, you have to deal with kids. You have a husband to take care of. You have the work to do. You have the PhD to study. It was too much, and I made it. I did my PhD, and at the end, I finished and I graduated. So those are some of the challenges. Maybe as we go on, I'll keep talking about the challenges, or even in questions that you're going to ask, I'll tell you. Those are not the only challenges that I had. And then for the opportunities, of course, I had many opportunities, because in STEM field, because there are few women, there are very many opportunities. So that's another thing. And then maybe I'll talk about my academia challenges, research and academia. I think I have that part, so yeah, I'll just stop from there.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Can we clap for Dr. Jennifer? Thank you. So let me come back now to Dr. Zubeda. I think Mrs. Cynthia and then Dr. Jennifer has made it a little bit like very broad. So if you can pick up from them there, okay, and also share with us what was your journey in STEM and what was the challenge that you faced, like very summarized as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe I start my own.
Yeah.
It's better. Yeah, so my background started as a child from a poor family in the village, studying a primary school. From a polygamous family where we are more than 20 children. And I was, I think, the 16th or 16th of the family. So we had to really struggle to go to school, but we did. We went to primary school, which was the cheapest one, where the studies were given in our local language, so we had no chance to study French or English. So I managed to succeed, although it was difficult, but from the whole family, at least I raised as the alone child, educated. So I finished my primary school with success and got a chance to a good national school, thanks to our government to take care of brilliant students. And I was sent to a nice secondary school, where I started my journey with a very big challenge of language. I couldn't understand what the teachers are talking about. Because the lectures classes were given in French when I can't understand what they are talking about. I mean, I studied in Kinyarwanda, so that was my first challenge. Then I overcome that. I had to study extra hours to learn French. Then I managed to be the 12th of the class in the beginning. Then I continued to be among the first until I succeeded the first level of secondary school. We call it in our language, in Rwanda, Troncome. and I was lucky to be given a school again. But another challenge in that journey was the poverty. We don't have enough money for school fees. So I had to rely on sponsorship, asking my father's friend who had also passed away in genocide. So I had to really struggle with finances. Another issue was once I got some sponsors, I had to work hard to prove that I'm intelligent to keep having sponsorship. Otherwise, they will stop helping me. So when it comes to STEAM, by then I didn't have, I passed all the courses difficultly because first of all I have a language, another thing is I didn't have a guidance from my family. No one was educated up to secondary level, secondary school. So I had to struggle, choose myself. What am I going to study? I had to find it myself. So in that case, my passion was teaching, because I found it easy to explain what I have understood from the teachers. Now, I managed to choose education as a domain, but unfortunately, I wasn't given. Instead, I was sent in STEAM, in biochemistry, biology, chemistry, and physics. The first challenge I got here is the fear. Fear was, my heart was full of fear to not be able actually to succeed in this course, because we had a lot of, as they mentioned, stereotypes, girl cannot do science. So I had that belief inside me, a voice telling me, you can't understand chemistry, you can't understand physics. But again, I overcame this challenge by a strong feeling I have deep in me which say you cannot fail. You will not save your family if you fail. So I had the vision to become, and that vision actually kept me going. The vision to be someone financially sustainable by myself and who are capable to support my family. So that kept me to not fail. I said I will not fail, although it's difficult, but so I passed chemistry, physics, yes, with good marks according to my colleagues that you are intelligent, but I had to work double of what they are doing. After classes, I go and study behind the scene. In the night, I don't sleep. So that was carrying me, and I passed so to say that I didn't have really, I was not a very smart child, but hard work can make everything happen. Yeah, so I managed to succeed in that field, and I was able to secure a scholarship from the government to go for my bachelor's and master's studies abroad. I studied in Algeria, where I got a chance to have a head of department who is my first mentor to tell me what I am supposed to choose in terms of domain, but also based on my curiosity. I asked him, it's time for me to choose. Should I go for chemical engineering,
touchable? Because, you mentioned something that basically we don't have the courage to say in public, like, okay, I had financial challenge, but even though she had this challenge, she make it to be here and to be where she is today. That means that there's nothing that can stop someone if you really want to, to achieve your dream. Right? Thank you very much for this. So, Dr. Mary, we know that, you have gone away from your journey in STEM, but we still want to hear from you. What was your journey in STEM? And what was the challenge that you faced in this journey as well? Yeah.
Thank you very much once again. I think my journey is slightly different from the others. First of all, I had to set a good example for my siblings. And my father was not taking anything less than number one from primary school all the way. And so that's why I'm saying it's a challenge in the sense that I had to prove and I had to please my father, whom I loved very much, and who expected me to be the best. So that way I managed to excel through primary school, high school, and the university. And I would also like to say that I was lucky in the sense that at the time I was going to school, we had free education in Kenya. So you had, books provided for you, lunch provided in the school. So you just needed to be there and listen to the teachers. And maybe as a geneticist, I would say perhaps I was also genetically endowed. So I managed to go through high school, university. And then when I went to the university, again, my teachers, my professors, but no sooner had I gone to start teaching in the high school than my professor actually drove to my school where I was teaching. And he told me, you are coming back to the university. You have to come and do a master's degree and a PhD. And I'm like, I thought, I had achieved. So again, the bar was set very high. I went back to the university, and in the process, this idea that was put in me by my professors and my father, that education first, in the process, I had my only child when I was 30. And I didn't get another child. Something that I wish I could have done differently, but that's how it is. So, but luckily, I also started to develop an interest in research, and I would say I've become an accomplished researcher in the area of agricultural biotechnology. I have won many grants from credible organizations like CIDA, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, European Union, and recently USAID. So that mindset that I need to be the best. When my university says that we want to see people doing research, I find myself still wanting to be among the best researchers in the university. And this has given me a lot of satisfaction, especially to see that I can make a difference in terms of, empowering women, empowering girls. And the other thing that I have learned along my way is the importance of multidisciplinary approaches, where I work with both men and women and people from different disciplines, because we need to focus on impact-driven solutions to solve the problems of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mary. Thank you. So now we will give to our last speaker to also give her her journey in STEMs, Dr. Noela, and then also what was your challenge? And if you can make it a little bit also like narrow, that would be good. Sorry that you are the one I'm giving the narrow part, so please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Vicky. I like to say it, maybe my journal so it's somehow different, like you said, yours is different from for that.
Can you use the mic? Yeah, okay, we can hear you.
So maybe if you allow me to start from my young age, when I was in primary school, I did the basic schools like many people in primary school. And at that time, my dream was just to travel, to go in many countries as many as possible. And that time, at my young age, I liked reading cartoons. Maybe for people who speak French, les bandes dessinées de Tintin. And that man in those cartoons, he went to many countries. So that time I was saying, oh my God, I needed to go almost to all those countries where Tintin has been. So when I finished, of course, I chose to do something related to tourism, because I was thinking it's the best way for me to be able to go everywhere. Okay, and my father said, no, you finished with good marks. I think that you can go some. From that time, I saw that, it's possible now to travel, even if we're not doing tourism. I'm not here to say that tourism is not good, but for saying that you can do something else. And from my experience, I saw that what is important is to try to excel in whatever you do, to do your best possible. And when I finished my secondary school in Senegal, I came back. My father, he was teaching at the university, was telling, I think that you can teach, but because at that time I was speaking only French, and in Rwanda we started to teach in English, I said, no, I'm not able to do so. But here also for telling you that whenever you know what you want, just work hard, say that everything is, no one said that things will be easy, but they will be possible. So I went to India, I couldn't speak. I remember when I went, my biggest challenge, whenever you open my mouth to speak to a professor, someone in my class, it was only the French that came out. But I was not discouraged. I say, I came here to do my master's. I know that I have to go back with my master, and I needed to do whatever that is possible to finish with my degree. So I finished, I think as some people said, I had to work twice more than others, and fortunately I finished with good marks. And when I came, I started to work with farmers. When I worked with farmers also, I saw that there is it's a good experience to share what you have with other people. Not only I was sharing with those farmers my experience, but on the other side, I was learning a lot from them. So from that time, I said, no, I don't have to stop here. I am sure that I can now teach to the university. You remember I told you that my father was saying, you are good, you can go teach, but I was saying, I'm not good in English, I can't do. But from that day, I said, now I have my master. For being able to teach at the University of Rwanda, I needed at least to continue to have my PhD. I said, no, I have to continue to push to go as far as possible. So I went to China again for doing my PhD. It was another challenge. Many people they didn't speak English, and I was not good in Chinese, but I said, no, also here I have it to finish. I have to do my best. I did, with the help, as I said, with the people who are pushing you, doing, you can do it. You did the other things. Don't stop, you can do. I did my 4 years. I finished, even with an award, among my 3 awards as an outstanding international student, despite the fact that I was thinking that I will not be able to communicate with people. So now this is my best challenge, maybe to cut the story short. It was the language, but if you want what you want, you give you the means that are possible to reach where you want to be. So I'm an example that everything is possible when you work hard. Maybe we'll talk about other things after. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So can we clap for our panelists, because I think they really shared wonderful, story through their STEM journey with us, and then they also help us to identify some challenges. So now that you can see Dr. Marie-Chantal holding a mic, we will take some few questions, some few comments in the public, and then we will come back to our panelists for some last question, and then later on we will wrap up. So if you do have a question, just raise your hand, and then she will come to you. Question or comment? Okay.
Thank you. My name is Josephine. I'm a student at UNILAC. Thank you so much for your encouraging journey. I have a question that goes to Dr. Mwangi. You talked about something about you had interest in research. Can you shed some light on how you went through it? Like, what was your journey until you accomplished, like you said right now, you are a researcher, you've talked about how many grants you've been awarded. Like, can you please shed some light? How did you start? Did you start writing small things? Or did you have people who are mentoring you? Like, how did it go? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. I think we will just go like, we take and then they respond later. No, let's be interactive. Yeah, I think that would be very better. So, Dr. Mwangi, please.
Thank you very much. In terms of research. The first grant I won was only $1,000. And this was from a summer program I attended at Iowa State University. And it was organized by the International Women in Science and Engineering. It was a Women in STEM conference. So all this were being gender issues. And at the end, we were asked to write some action plans. So I wrote an action plan. I had started my research on bananas. I said, helping women farmers in Kenya. And I was given $1,000. And I didn't think it was little, because that's where my journey started. So you start small, and then you build your CV. The other thing is you got to be aware of what problems there are. What are the going concerns? The Sustainable Development Goals, food insecurity, women issues. And you don't work alone. Incidentally, I've never won a grant where I am alone. You work with other people from different countries, from different disciplines. I work with people in gender, with people in education, with engineers. So you have to do, to be holistic. And donors also need to trust you. You give timely reports, and let your research be impact-driven. Let them see results. It's not just research for publications. Publications are good, we get promoted, but what is there to show for the work you have done? Because when you write the next grant, they will ask you, what other project have you done, and what was the impact? Going back to the International Women in Science and Engineering, that also provoked me to get involved in women in STEM associations. And that's how I later on joined the International Network of Women Engineers and Scientists, courtesy of which we are here. And through this, again, I've met amazing women, amazing people, mentors. And through this, even workshops like this, you exchange contacts. So the next time there is a call, and they're asking you this is a proposal, and they're saying they need 3 countries. Already this morning, I met someone from Madagascar, I met someone from Ghana, someone from Malawi, So sometimes a call can come, but you are not able to put together the right team. So networking becomes very, very important. We can talk more about that later on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mary. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. So I have 2 questions. One for Doc, and then one for Doc, and then Mama. Okay. So maybe the 2 of them can put their heads together and answer one.
Okay.
All right, so
Sorry.
my question to Doc first. Please, I want to find out, you mentioned that you were brought up in a way that education was paramount. And as a result of that, 3 kids. All right, thank you. That's the first question. Then the other one, please, from your presentations, I realized that both of you had something similar. That is, you were able to overcome a male-dominated environment. How were you able to, what did you do to be able to overcome that intimidation? Because personally, I'm facing that some way, somehow, in an environment where I'm working, and it looks like one particular male always makes me feel like you are too small, like that kind of thing. So I really want to know how you people pulled it out. Thank you very much.
Maybe what we will do, we will start with Mrs. Cynthia, and then Dr. Jennifer will also add, and then after then we give the floor to Dr. Mary. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that question. Yes, leaders are born, or sometimes they acquire the knowledge. And I can remember one particular time where we have the maths department joining the science. That was a big ground, and we had quite elderly men in the maths, and they said that they were not ready to go under my instructions.
So that day when we came to the meeting, I was somehow strategic. I dressed like the CEO of a big company, and I came in with that kind of not all laughing Cynthia, and I gave everybody a notepad, and then when they raised their question, Madam C, we have your question. That's okay. That's why I've given you a pad, and this is, so write down all your questions. I'm ready for you. So they were writing, and just, and I said, OAB will be around. And I knew our Ghanaian delicacy, fufu and grass cutter soup. I've ordered it from the best restaurant in town. So just as it came to AOB, where people were ready, aggressive to attack me, that is when the fufu was brought in. So the aroma of the food was enough. People said, we don't take fufu. That's our department, to be big and to be known for academic performance. We want the school to be known for academic performance. Science, number one. So what are your ideas? Then I removed my shoe, and I pulled up this, and I wore normal dress, and I came to them on the floor. Then when you write, I said, write. So when we finished, we typed everything, I shared it. Is that what you were talking? And now, anytime I want to have a decision, something like it's sharp, it's something that will bring me result, but they are not used to it. I'll go to those that are known to be big guys. I go to their homes, tell them, and their wives were my best friends. Their children were my best children. So I go to them personally, have that personal talk, soften it. This is what I want. It's not possible, and so by the time I leave, it is possible. So I moved to the next man, and by the time it was the 1 week, case settled. So you need to work extra hard. You need to calm down very low, and when it's time for you to be tough, decision making, you take the toughest decision. By the time that toughest decision comes, all the big guys and the strong guys, you have gone to settle them at sometime in pubs. In pubs, we meet there. If I don't find you at home, I'll catch you up at the pub with that idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for Mrs. Cynthia? Thank you for this. So, Dr. Jennifer, I know that your story is not different for her.
For me, I would like to say that there are some, maybe I can say 4 things that you need to note when you're a leader and you don't want people to start undermining you, especially when they want to undermine you due to, she mentioned that. Having different strategies. So this was her strategy. We have different strategies. So for me, what I usually do, first of all, is including people, being inclusive, like not having preferences here and here. So being inclusive in that you talk to people like in the same way. If I'm asking them to, a hard worker, you work hard. I usually believe in this, that nothing beats deliverables. You know, people might undermine you because of your size, your age, and all that, but then when they see you working and delivering, they stop that. So I can say nothing beats deliverables. I go by this principle. So let me be brief.
Thank you. Can we clap no, let's clap, please. Let's clap again. Thank you for this input that you put. So, Dr. Mary, there was a question that was asked to you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Let me tell you, young girls, and I can see there are very many here. Do not sacrifice your family for your career. You need to balance your life. You need to set goals. And we talk about work-life balance. Having a family should not stop you from excelling. Because your brain does not carry babies. You can still go to the lab up to the 9th month and still get your baby and get your degree. I am a biologist. After 35, you are running the risk of getting abnormal babies. Please, do not fall to my trap. I was told education first, children and family second. So I ended up having an only child. Sometimes my daughter gets very lonely. But I have turned this to an opportunity. I parent a lot of young girls, some of whom are here in the audience. I'm sure they can put up their hearts. So I parent them. And that way I compensate for that feeling that I have an only child. So I have many more daughters, some of whom work for me as research assistants, some of whom are not even Kenyans. When I see an opportunity for growth, I always circulate widely, you know, through the INWES networks, through the ARN networks. And it gives me a lot of satisfaction that I can build these young girls like the...
We have to learn how to balance our life, our family life and our professional life. So let's give a minute to Dr. Zubeda to add some kind of comment on what Dr. Mary said, please.
Thank you very much. My addition is to her question when she asked about to overcome male-dominated environment. I agree with all they say, especially the results, but I also add that you be yourself. Don't try to prove anything to anyone. So if you know, you have your contracts, you know what terms and conditions, work accordingly and deliver. And make sure that you do extra mile to do what they are not able to do. That is what kept me going in my career after graduation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for her. You have some question?
Thank you very much. My question is partially answered. It was about the challenges we face in balancing work life, research, and family. Myself, as an example, I did my master's pregnant. Okay. Started my PhD with a toddler, and then gave birth during the period. However, I finished in 3 years. People at most times, when opportunity comes for women, I remember when I wanted sponsorship, even leave from my workplace, they were like, if we give you the leave, you are going to get pregnant along the way and abandon the program and all that. When you want opportunity, we are mostly faced by a woman who give birth on the way. You give her a job, tomorrow when she's stable, she wants her family. And then she'll ask maternity leave and she'll stay in the house and the work will be there. As we are all here as women and in the top places, I wish we give us a word on how we treat our fellow women in such situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think I will ask one of the panelists to... Okay, so yeah, Dr. Jennifer want to respond to this, and then after, if someone also want to add a point, Dr. Nwela, if you want to add a point, then you can also add a point. Okay?
Yes. So thank you. I think this is what I've gone through, and I don't want it to. I don't want other people to face the same issue as I had. So I remember even me when I got my chance to do my on time. Others, they didn't graduate. We graduated as 2 people, and you understand I was doing PhD at the same time giving birth and doing work, so it was not easy. So I really don't want that to happen to other people, and you start small. You can start from where you are. Me, I can say, for example, once I had my husband, they wanted some engineers. He works with the telecom company, and then he was like, now we are looking for women, for the engineers, but we don't want women. And he mentioned that when I was there. Let me tell you, I'm a feminist in a good way. I was like, you can't say that with me. I said, you have to recruit them. If you don't, then it means that you are biased. And, I talked of all those things the whole night. I'm telling you, I was just talking about that. Believe me, they recruited the girls. So I was really happy. So you understand, I started... So you can start within your sphere, like where you can I speak for women, you speak for women, another person speaks for women, for sure this is going to change because we are not different from any other person. Even if we have those, I can say this, it's natural, it's not, I mean, we have to give birth, we can't stop that. But then they need to give us space. You go give birth, you come back, and you continue doing what you are doing, as long as you are focused, you as a person. Thank you.
Here, there. Maybe
that I identify myself. And I added the other layer of being out of place, meaning leaving all of this, but from a different country in which I was a visible minority. So this was an added layer, meaning the issues of not just patriarchy, but also race. So I wanted briefly to just answer one of the ladies who asked, what to do when someone, a male colleague, is like putting you down. I think you should not put up with this because this is harassment. This is passive aggressivity, and we need to agree with you.
When I heard your stories, I was partly very inspired, but partly also very sad, because you did talk a lot about the challenges and the difficulties you had. And I think we don't want to be in that situation where everything is difficult and hard. And, but thank you for sharing your stories, because it shows how much we still have to do as a world. There was a question about what can we do, how do we deal with male domination, etc. Well, actually, I think what you were saying about telling your husband, no, you're going to be employing women, you have to, look at me. Yeah. So absolutely, we can choose our partners. Okay, we can actually talk back to our colleagues and explain to them what they're doing isn't right. We can, and apart from, and also I think there was a statement around deliver, but be yourself. Absolutely, be yourself. You shouldn't have to be something so much better than everybody else, because guess what? Nobody appreciates you being better than anybody else. So you just have to do your job, and you've just got to get your colleagues on side with you. You get your partners on side with you. I'm going to say I've been very lucky. I chose a really good man. He's the one who stays at home. He's the one who looks after a lot of what goes on at home. He's got a lovely work-life balance.
So my question is, how do we deal with rejections, especially when it's coming from a female professor or a doctor, where we are thinking of pushing female or younger girls as empowering them, but rather some of these professors are rather rejecting you, thinking that, in quotes, you are not good enough, but rather looking for male females to work on projects.
I think
before you asked me to add something about what people they said.
Oh, yes, please.
Children's, maybe I will come back to our question that I didn't get well. Maybe you will come back again. So someone said something about working in a team. Something are not going as you want them to be. So we need always someone who will be there, who will taking our back to say, you are able. Today, maybe you can't do it. Take a brief. Just today stop, and tomorrow you will be able to continue. That mentor can be someone who is in your field, maybe who went through what you are going through. Or it can also be just someone who can listen to you, who can give you he or her time to always to be there for you whenever you need someone to take your back, to push you. It's very important, those three things. And coming back, I didn't get where our question. Please, can you?
It's about, you apply for something like a scholarship or a position, but you get rejected. You are rejected by the female professor, and they are supposed to push or to lift you.
Yeah. Okay, I think one of my colleagues, purpose they said about confidence. First of all, you should have the confidence enough that you are able. Maybe you can be rejected because maybe you were not eligible or not fitting. I don't know, myself, I didn't. Whenever something like that, because it happened to anyone when you are applying one day to not to get the response you are waiting for. But I never thought that it's because I'm a woman. First of all, I said maybe somewhere I didn't work well as it should be, as I didn't give you what was asked. So often I think first of all, it can be the best way to say things, not thinking I'm a woman, they reject me because just I'm a woman. Go back, you see, they ask the A, B, C, D. Did I submit whatever that was requested by people instead of saying just because I'm a woman? Still, and if you have a problem, I think often we have a window always to appeal. And even if it's that woman, I think there is always someone else where you can always ask, appeal or claim claim about your results. I think this is possible. So coming to this, I think first of all, believe in yourself. See if you did things how they should be done. If not, try to improve things. And also, if it's not done, I think that always you have that window, that possibility to go back to claim. Thank you.
So
after stop everyone.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, but please, before, please, Mrs. Okon, you did not raise your hand since I think we will, based on the time, we will just really don't have the time. But let's see how. Mama Rufina, very short. Yeah. Allez-y en français. She will speak in.
Je devais remercier d'abord les panélistes. Ce que nous devons faire, c'est de voir quels sont nos alliés. Nos alliés doivent être les hommes. Aujourd'hui, j'ai vu un homme parler du genre. C'est très, très rare. Les gouvernements doivent être nos alliés. Les femmes doivent être nos alliés. Mais on remarque parfois que les femmes sont les ennemis des femmes. Oui ou non? Voilà. Maintenant, ce que je voudrais dire, c'est que vous portiez en bandoulière 3 choses. La motivation, l'ambition et la conviction. Vous portez en bandoulière, vous ne sortirez jamais cela. Ça va vous aider à réussir. Et je voudrais aujourd'hui qu'on fasse un pacte, faire des appels dans tous nos pays différents pour nos gouvernements. On commence par l'appel de Kigali.
Okay.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Mama Rufina. So, I hope people that use the head hackers at least gotten what she said. So, to wrap up, let's start by Dr. Cynthia. What are the key message, like a takeaway message that you want us to keep out of this section?
Okay, so the last question about a female professor, I just want to say that not all STEM professors, that's women professors, are good mentors. They will disagree with you and agree with you sometimes.
Just panel section.
So what I can say is that, first of all, you need to work on yourself, equip yourself with all skills and knowledge that you need, because you will not get favor because you're a woman. No, you have to go as you and you compete with men and you beat them. I don't agree with favor. So work hard, work on yourself, and also have persistence, because when you are persistent, it means at the end you will win. You need to persist, like whatever the circumstances around you, you need to keep going. And then lastly, I can say, I didn't get time to talk about research and academia, and I'm in research. I wanted to say that for the researchers who are here, we need to be initiators. We know that sometimes, like when we are writing grants, women wait for male to call them, come, we write grants, because you become their mentor. So you need to work on yourself, and then people will come looking for you.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, Dr. Zubeda, please just give us some kind of, how do you call it? I wanted a word from Kinyarwanda, which is, I like a food, mizuzu. We want some kind of muzuzu to go home with it. So what can be the muzuzu that we can go home with it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The best muzuzu, which you can go with.
Yeah. So it means plantain. So what can be the plantain that you can give us to go home with it? Okay.
Considering my experience, I think that the first thing you have to go with is to set a goal. Have a vision and stick on it. That's one. Secondly, find, once you have got your vision, you should not go turn right, and you should, as she said, find people who are going to carry you towards that vision. So you have to work every day, a small step to achieve that big milestone. And you must learn to love yourself, appreciate yourself. Clap for yourself for any achievement you have made. So this pushes you to continue doing. So that's my take-home message. And unfortunately, I didn't have time to talk about everything I did, but with all challenges I mentioned to you, I ended up a doctor, a full doctor. Since 2020, I ended up being a mother. I ended up being now a senior lecturer in the University of Rwanda. And I have won several grants where I am either a PI or a co-PI, which earned me the award, the OWSD SAVA Foundation Award, which was given to 5 women selected in Africa, in Caribbean, in Arabian region, in Asia. So I was selected for African nations. So it's not a small something. Before they appreciate me, I did not give importance of all the research I've done. But these researchers actually, I felt proud when they gave me award, because it helped me to discover that actually I can do more. And involved a lot of community outreach. We should not sleep with our knowledge. If you are a scientist, you are a chemist, as I am, or I'm an environmentalist, now with climate change, is environmental thing, I have the responsibility now to think of grants and projects I can write so that I solve a real problem. I have worked with the REMA, Rwanda Environmental Management Authority, to work on pollution issues in the urban wetland, in Nyandungu wetland. I have worked in a project which is a global international, joining 6 countries. So this project helped me to be exposed to international community. Yes, I made sure that for 2 years we have
ACWES and many other associations, it's possible to advocate for better policies, because we have heard about work policies, unfriendly work policies. Unless we work together, to be able to advocate for ourselves, because our problems are the same. And I'll give you one example, if you allow me. The International Foundation for Science used to put a cut on that 5 years. You could only apply for a grant if you are that 5 years and below. And I remember we as African women in science and engineering, we appealed to them and said, please raise the age for women to 40. If you go to the website for IFS today, you will find that the age for women is at 40. That allows you to, So we can, through and I am calling upon us, belong to a Women in STEM association. That way you'll be able to push your agenda, you'll be able to advocate for better policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mary. Dr. Noela, what can we get in terms of takeaway?
Okay, yeah, thank you, Dr. Vicky. In a few words, maybe I can say that for a go-home message, first of all, believe in yourself. This is really very, very important. We have been talking about children, people who are coming to say you are a woman, you are small, you are... Whenever you believe in yourself, if you know your worth, you know that you are able, what people are saying we shouldn't disturb you. It's very important to know that you believe that you are able. And also collaborate with other people. In science, you can't go so far if you walk alone. Always try to collaborate with people and ask help if need be. It happened. You are somewhere you feel that you can't go far. Ask help. You shouldn't be ashamed to do so. It is something that is very normal. also something else. Always try to be better than you were yesterday. Compare yourself with yourself only. Don't compare yourself with other people. This can stress you. Just say, yesterday I was here, now yesterday I was standing here, I want to reach there. And this will push you always to work hard. Other things have always a reasonable goal that you can reach, that will not to stress you or depress you. And if you do so, you take strategies that can help you, and I'm very sure that you can reach with, as I said, when you combine with what we said before, you can go so far. Like me now, now my goal, at UR, we have professors, I think like 141, and among them we have less than 30% of women. And always I said that I have to be one in increasing that statistics, and I am working hard for this. Thank you
Okay,
so much.
so we are now coming to the end of our session. I know that Marie Chantal is really looking at me like, Vicky, you have to stop, and I'm really stopping here. But as we hear from our panelists, let's work together. Let's believe on ourselves. Let's try each day to be a new, better version of ourselves. And I think also someone also mentioned, let's also know how, to balance between our professional life and then our family life. And then also Sarah mentioned something that is also important. Learn to choose the right person. So you will ask me, Vicky, are you married? I'm not, because I'm looking for the right person, but I will really get married. So thank you, please. You do have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, Vicky, thank you. Thank you, our wonderful panelists. It was really, this topic never ends. We can even have tomorrow, even after tomorrow. It's a long, and it has a lot of, up and down. So after now, we are going to breakout sessions. Some are going to stay here, and then others are going to other room. Please, we can move to the room where we want to be. You can check the program in which field you want to be. Thank you so much. And then after the session, we are going to have a tea, and then we call it a day. Thank you so much. Can we use our time also? Time management is a key as well for successful events. Breakout session. We have 2 rooms. Moderators for the session. Who is going to moderate here? Vicky, do you have a program with you?
On the phone.
Oh, this one is the program. No, I just want the program. I want to check.
Let me see. No. This is not the... But I have to leave now.
C'est pas pour moi. Peut-être que c'est pour Vicky.
C'est pour moi, c'est ce que je cherche. Okay. And then the afternoon session.
Yeah. So the emerging technology stays here again. We have Mahungu John to be the moderator. Homeland is going to emerging technology for sustainable development. And then here, Mukombos, we have Amposa Afia Sakiwia, the moderator. Is she around? Okay, and we are in the sustainable system for food security and nutrition. I think they have exchanged. Those who were in the food are here now, and those who are in emerging technology, they are other side. That's how it is. Yes. I am reading the program. Okay. Who lost this? I have glasses, eyeglasses here. Someone who lost those?
Same, still the same.
No?
Yeah,
oh, yeah? Emerging technology was here. That is Homeland. Food security was, it was just the other way around.
I think they went. They're on the other side, so you
Okay.
need to go and say it to the other side as well. Pretty is in the other side. She's gone.
It's not pretty. We have another one. Mahong John and Amposa.
Oh, sorry, Afia went to the other side.
Mm. But we can still do that.
I don't know who you just announced different things. I don't know who is where.
Is Mahong John here? So, is Uwayez Bgiza Theodosi here? Yes? Uwayez Bgiza Theodosi. Okay, they went to the other side. Okay, now we are in food now. So, Afia, we have Domango Leia Vicky. Yes, but Mukombozi is for food system.
Yes, we are doing it.
Yeah.
Mukombozi.
Yeah. That is, we need Afia to moderate.
Okay. So, Afia is not. Yeah.
So,
You have to call her.
and then Magnek should be ready. Leia Vicky. And then we have, I don't know even how to pronounce this name, Ariane from Benin. We have Taye for Benin. We have, again, Afia here. Then Gloria and Peace Messengers. So food system stays here. Yes? Et ça, c'est pour toi. Food system here. Let me go and get them.
Please, those that are presented, can you share your slide with us again, please? Because we are really lost. Sorry. So this is women's work. So let's do it together. You have Leah here, Vicky Leah.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Please, you are welcome to our second breakup session on sustainable systems for food security and nutrition. So you will have time for presentation, and you'll be given rooms for 2, maximum 3 questions for each presentation. So we will start with a presentation which is physiochemical basis of resistance to in varieties of millet seeds from Alagbe. Sorry if I messed up your name, from Benin. So if you are here, yes, come and present. So come and present, please. So again, the first two presenters, as arranged on our schedule, your presentation isn't in, and so if you can move to technical desk at the back so that we can have your presentation for your slides for presentation. She's not the one. So she's the third presenter, so she's picking it first. But the first two here should move to the back and submit their slides for presentation. Johnson, for now, you take it to the back. You go to technical desk and you'll be sorted. Please, are we clear on that? The first two presenters on the list, on the sheet here, your presentation isn't to the technical team. So if you are one of them, move to the back with your slides so that it can be loaded on the system for you to present. But yours is ready. Okay, so we are waiting for you. All right, thank you very much.
Yes. I don't speak English correctly. Ok, la présentation est là-bas. Oui. Ok. Bonsoir, chers participantes. Oui, je crois que la présentation est en cours, mais je vais quand même commencer par la présentation de mon travail avant qu'on ne lance les diapositives. Je suis Obedat Alagbe. Je suis en 3e année de thèse à l'Université nationale des sciences, technologies, ingénierie et mathématiques du Bénin. Ok, je pense que les diapositives sont en anglais, mais je vais présenter en français. Le thème de mon travail, une partie de mon activité de thèse, est intitulée « Base physico-chimique et résistance à cytophilus oryzae au niveau de différentes variétés locales du mil produit au nord Bénin ». Vous pouvez avancer. OK. Le mil perlé est une céréale originaire de l'Afrique de l'Ouest qui constitue aujourd'hui une culture importante en termes de changement climatique. OK. Non. Elle est cultivée dans les régions semi-arides du nord Bénin et constitue aujourd'hui une culture importante en termes de changement climatique. Le mil perlé est produit au nord du Bénin et représente un aliment important, un aliment important pour les populations et constitue au fait avec 11 à 18 kg. Les enfants consomment 11 à 18 kg de mil par adulte, par équivalent adulte par année. Vous pouvez continuer. Cependant, ces céréales sont subies à différentes attaques lors du stockage. Ces attaques sont dues d'une part aux insectes ravageurs. Parmi ces insectes ravageurs, cytophilus oryzae que vous voyez constitue le plus redoutable. Pour lutter contre ces ravageurs, les producteurs du Nord Bénin utilisent des insecticides chimiques qui sont néfastes pour la santé humaine, pour l'environnement.
il est donc important d'identifier des méthodes alternatives de contrôle écologique contre ces insectes ravageurs, particulièrement contre Cytophilus oryzae. Donc, l'objectif général de notre étude, l'objectif général de notre étude est donc d'évaluer le niveau de résistance à Cytophilus oryzae et d'identifier les paramètres physico-chimiques qui influencent sur ces différentes variétés, affectant ainsi la sensibilité de cet insecte. De façon spécifique, il s'agit d'identifier les caractéristiques physico-chimiques de 7 variétés du mil connectées au nord Bénin, d'identifier les caractéristiques physiques de ces 7 variétés et d'évaluer l'influence et la sensibilité physique et physico-chimique de ces caractéristiques à Cytophilus oryzae à travers les tests d'antibiose et d'antisonose. OK. Le matériel végétal utilisé lors de notre étude est constitué de 7 variétés de mil collectées dans différents milieux ruraux du Nord Bénin. Ces variétés ont été conservées au niveau du laboratoire d'entomologie, le laboratoire de zoologie appliquée de la santé des végétaux à Dassa au Bénin. Les analyses biochimiques effectuées ont consisté à déterminer le taux de tanin condensé de flavonoïdes et de phénol total constitué au niveau de cette variété à travers les différentes, la méthode utilisée par ces différents auteurs que nous avons cités. Le matériel technique utilisé afin d'identifier les caractéristiques physiques de ces 7 variétés pour leur comparaison est constitué d'une balance électronique utilisée pour peser 1000 graines de chaque variété, d'un microscope stéréoscopique utilisé afin d'identifier la pigmentation et la texture de chaque variété. Un micromètre a été utilisé afin d'identifier l'épaisseur, la largeur et la longueur des différentes variétés. Nous avons utilisé également un humidimètre pour tester l'humidité de chaque variété. Avant tout, nous avons élevé les insectes au laboratoire. L'élevage a consisté à introduire 50 paires d'adultes de Cytophilus, dans un plastique que vous voyez à l'intérieur d'un mélange de toutes les variétés. Donc, après 25 jours, nous avons utilisé les adultes nouvellement ayant émergé pour les différents essais au laboratoire. OK. Les tests utilisés afin de tester la sensibilité de cet insecte à cette variété de mil ont constitué à faire 2 tests. Nous avons le test de libre choix et le test de non-choix. Le test de libre choix a constitué à délimiter dans un plateau que vous voyez. Nous avons délimité le plateau en 7 compartiments. Chaque compartiment contient 100 grammes de mil. Nous avons introduit 100 adultes de Cytophilus oryzae nouvellement émergés que nous avons introduit au milieu du plateau que nous allons fermer avec du tissu mousseline. Après 1 heure, 24 heures, 48 heures et 72 heures, nous avons identifié le nombre d'œufs pondus au niveau de chaque variété, le nombre d'insectes au niveau de chaque variété et les pourcentages de perte au niveau de chaque variété ont été, perte de poids des grains ont été calculés, les pourcentages d'œufs pondus et d'adultes ayant émergé. Le test de non-choix a constitué à mettre 4 adultes de Cytophilus oryzae dans les boîtes que vous voyez. Ces boîtes contiennent préalablement 100 grammes de chaque variété de mil. L'essai a été répété 4 fois au niveau de chaque variété. Après 7 jours, nous allons enlever les adultes que nous avons introduits dans les boîtes. Le nombre d'œufs pondus a été également compté. Après 25 jours, nous avons commencé par compter les adultes nouvellement émergés jusqu'à 3 jours consécutifs, jusqu'à ce qu'il n'y ait plus d'adultes ayant émergé dans les boîtes. Nous avons pesé les boîtes, contrôler le nombre de grains le nombre de grains endommagés et les différentes formules ont été également appliquées. OK. Les analyses des données ont été analysées grâce à la statistique descriptive et multivariée. Le test ANOVA a été également utilisé pour comparer les moyennes. Les données ont été préalablement actes transformées avant d'être et log transformés afin d'homogénéiser les variances avec le test IBM. OK. Les résultats ont montré que le test lié aux caractéristiques physiques ont montré que la variété Zopera, ici c'est le nom local de chaque variété, la variété Zopera a été plus épais que les autres variétés. Au niveau du taux moyen d'humidité, la variété Amala-Kupete a montré un plus fort taux du taux d'humidité, le nombre de pois également. La variété Henitire a été plus épais que les autres variétés. Il n'y avait pas de différence au niveau de la texture des différentes variétés. Toutes les variétés étaient lisses. Les résultats liés à l'attractivité et à l'oviposition des différentes de Cytophilus à ces différentes variétés ont montré qu'il n'y avait pas de différence significative après 1 heure, 24 heures et 48 heures. Cependant, après 72 heures, la variété BI a montré plus de nombre d'émergents de Cytophilus et le nombre d'œufs pondus a été plus élevé au niveau de la variété Zopera. Ces données pouvaient s'expliquer par les caractéristiques physico-chimiques qui varient au niveau de ces variétés. Les résultats liés à la table de suivi de Cytophilus oryzae ont montré que le nombre d'œufs pondus a été plus élevé significativement au niveau de la variété Amalalacourolome. Et cette même tendance a été observée au niveau de cette même variété. Les analyses d'indices de susceptibilité ont montré que nos résultats ont montré 4 variétés modernement résistantes à cet insecte, 2 variétés résistantes et une variété sensible. La présence des phénols, des composés phénoliques au niveau de ces différentes variétés pourrait expliquer ces résultats. Les résultats de notre étude ont révélé que les variétés locales de mil produits au nord Bénin varient, la susceptibilité de ces variétés varie en fonction des différentes caractéristiques. La variété locale Sona et Sowawia ont montré une résistance à Cytophilus oryzae. Les caractéristiques biochimiques des variétés de mil influencent la résistance de Cytophilus oryzae plus que les caractéristiques physiques. L'influence directe des différentes variétés de mil et le pourcentage de perte de poids des différentes variétés de mil ont montré une résistance positive. Nous suggérons donc une incorporation de ces différentes variétés dans le programme de lutte biologique et alternative à l'utilisation des insecticides chimiques afin de lutter contre les insectes ravageurs des denrées stockées. Merci de votre aimable attention.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. The floor is open for 2 questions. So if you have a question for our presenter, you just raise your hand and I'll bring it to you. Okay.
I'm going to speak in English, maybe. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. I've seen that you've put like 50 weavers in a single box that contain like different varieties, and of course different varieties of millet. And I was wondering, like maybe putting those different varieties in a single box can't lead to bias, or like how did you control that to make sure that there is no bias of, the attack of the weavers, or even the severity caused by the weavers' attack? maybe just you can try to explain a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Les variétés n'ont pas été mélangées. Nous avons mis différentes variétés et répétées 4 fois. Donc, quand on prend une variété locale, on répète ça 4 fois. On met 4 adultes âgés de 2 à 3 jours dans chaque variété pour pouvoir tester le nombre d'œufs pondus, le nombre d'émergences jusqu'à 25 jours consécutifs. Vous avez compris? Donc, c'est au niveau de l'élevage que nous avons fait un mélange de variétés pour pouvoir élever l'insecte. Au niveau des essais proprement dit, nous n'avons pas mélangé les variétés. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other question? Okay, so we move to our next presenter. Interestingly, the next presenter is a moderator. So, technical people, please, can you load the next slide? Thank you. So, I am presenting on an assessment of heavy metals in lettuce and spring onions on human health in Ghana. Where is that? So this is the outline of my presentation. So by way of introduction, there is a rising demand for vegetables in recent times because people are getting health conscious. And we believe that incorporating vegetables in our diet will help us to get a lot of nutrients that you will not get from our starchy foods. And it's true. However, because these are crucial to our health, they provide us with various antioxidants, and green leafy vegetables or compounds are filled with folate and beta-carotene that supports our immune system. And WHO recommend that a daily intake of 400 grams of vegetable is good for optimal health benefits. However, these heavy metals are commonly contaminated with various compounds or elements. Mostly common among them are heavy metals. And heavy metals are naturally occurring elements that are dense and toxic in smaller quantities. Their route of exposure is by consumption oral, and inhalation, and through our skins as well. And WHO and many other regulatory agencies like the EPA and FDA set limits for these compounds on daily basis upon consumption. Exposure to these heavy metals exposes us to various critical health risks. Like chronic exposure of these heavy metals can impair human development and significantly raise the risk of cancer. The impact of urban agriculture exposes our vegetables to these heavy metals. And recently in Ghana, there is a loud noise about illegal mining and then pollution of our soils, relating and then finally leading to high concentrations of heavy metals in our food. And there have been reports of high metals in yams that were exported to the European market, which were even rejected from Ghana. So these heavy metals can come into our food by ways of agriculture residues and also various industrial activities that happen and human activities as well. For this reason, this work was done to quantify the various heavy metals in these leafy vegetables because they are mostly consumed by many people. The study area was in Kumasi Metropolitan, where the sites like Tanoso, Esoyebu, Asofo Line, and Kwadaso were used. The samples collection where I used the spring onion and lettuce, and they were collected from various markets, vendors, and farms. and the samples were packaged in sterilized polythene bags. In the laboratory, AAS model, atomic absorption spectrometer, was used. So table 1 talks about the mean values of heavy metals in lettuce in the 4 sites. And it's from the table here, it can be identified that copper was not seen in almost all the samples that were studied. The heavy metal of concern were nickel, which were higher here, and then the zinc too as well, which was higher in the study. The next, when I looked at the spring onion too, nickel concentration was high. That was 98.35. And we also had, in the other areas too, we had 173.55 for nickel, and the same for zinc. From these results, we calculated our exposure, and then we looked at the cancer risk. And it was identified that nickel's concentration by the benchmark dose that we have, that the safe regions is 10⁻⁻⁶. And then the concentrations we have for cancer risk per our calculation was 2.43. These ones were alarming because they were extremely higher than the 10⁻⁻⁶. In our discussion, copper levels were below detection limits, and all study sites recorded contaminants below the detection limit, indicating no significant presence of this metal in the vegetables. Minimal risk for copper is tested in vegetables by some researchers, and copper is essential role versus potential toxicity. While copper is essential for bodily function, high levels can be toxic. This study results highlight the importance of monitoring copper levels in food. Once they are not present, it is important that our practices that we are doing these days should be continued or monitored so that we don't introduce them in our food. When it comes to nickel, there is a concerning nickel detection in the vegetables that were studied. And nickel concentration was high in lettuce, raising health concerns. Nickel concentration in spring onion, was also high. That exhibits greater intensifying health risk among people who are exposed to spring onions as well. When it comes to zinc too, zinc levels were exceeding permissible limits, and most samples showed zinc concentration above the WHO recommended levels, raising health concern. And then excess, while we talk about the fact that people should take in zinc, mostly these are micronutrients or microminerals, and that taking them in higher concentration exposes you to various risks as well. And potential sources include wastewater from irrigation practices and the use of fertilizer affecting produce quality. There's therefore an urgent need for better agricultural practices to mitigate zinc concentration in the crops. Again, the long-term health benefit for nickel. Understanding the cancer associated with nickel exposure. Nickel levels exceeded the cancer risk benchmark, and current nickel levels surpasses the accepted cancer risk of 10⁻⁶, necessitating actions to be taken. Prolonged exposure of these long-term consumption over a span of 30 years is likely to significantly elevate cancer risk in individuals who consume them. And therefore, there is a need for regulatory measures to control nickel levels and protect public health. In conclusion, there are 2 takeaways here. The first one is that metal concentrations such as chromium and ions were in safe regions, and that we should harness where our activities that causes these ones to be in safer regions. There were elevated levels of nickel, zinc, and copper, which should be a concern. And carcinogenic risk of nickel exceeds the safety benchmark, and long-term exposure poses cancer risk to consumers. Why? Recommendation. There were 4 recommendations here, and the first one is farmers should avoid using untreated wastewater for irrigation of vegetables. The second one is that policymakers should strengthen monitoring systems to ensure irrigation water standards so that we don't contaminate our vegetables with the water that we use to irrigate our vegetables. Again, regulatory bodies should also ensure that farmers do the right thing and higher concentrations, and farmers do the right thing in fertilizer application. And of course, education on vegetable sources is also important, because if you are a consumer, you should look at your environment and the source of vegetable before you buy them. And as researchers, regular metal concentration updates and broader geological coverage and seasonal variation studies should be done in future research. And of course, I'm still working on the effect of the soil type, especially now that Ghana, we are talking about mining, illegal mining, and the use of strong chemicals in mining. So I'm studying the effect of these heavy metals on mining sites and then vegetables that are grown in these mining sites. To look at the soil, I am picking the soil, look at the concentration of these metals in the soil, and then look at the concentration of the metals in the leafy vegetables that are grown around this area to understand and give a clearer understanding of how mining activities affect these vegetables we consume. Thank you very much. Please, I'm open to 2 questions. So I'm back to my job. Please, any question? Yes. Where's the mic?
Good evening.
Thank you.
My question here is, apart from the farmers, how can consumers or those that are using these things home, how can they prevent the excess intake of these heavy metals?
This is quite difficult to approach. Once it's coming from the soil, most of the minerals are picked from the soil and activities around the production. That is why I said we should watch where we acquire our vegetables from. If in Ghana, and for the Ghanaians we have around, there are people who use water from sewages to irrigate their vegetables. And so if you have the chance to see that these things are being done here, then you don't have to buy them, no matter how cheap they are. Because once they get to the market, identifying the roots of the vegetable becomes difficult. And again, I believe that there are some supermarkets that regulate the items that comes there. Like for some places, for instance, back in Ghana, we go to Melcom, you have leafy vegetables be refrigerated. For those ones, in most cases, they undergo through standard checks before they come to the market to sell. And I would advise that in our own small way, in our homes, if you have a smaller pot, you can do planting of your own vegetables in there so that you try as well to reduce the consumption of these. And again, I know we have people who are into agriculture. Once we are planting leafy vegetables, let's move them away from the roadsides, because contamination like lead can be from the fuels that comes around the roadside. So though we do it to attract customers, we should go far from human activities so that we can limit the heavy metal concentration in these foods. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I try English.
Thank you.
I want to know if the government take into account the result of your research. I don't finish. Secondly, what is the solution to protect people for their health? Okay. The third question is the mercury. When they extract gold, is it a problem for that?
I didn't get the first question well.
The first, if government take into account this problem.
Your results are interesting. Is how are you going to communicate to the government, or have you communicated the result to the government to take actions?
Okay, let me answer that one first. Yes, I have already published works on heavy metals. And unfortunately in Ghana now, because of politics, when you talk about contaminants that comes from the soil, it feels as if you want to make the current government unpopular because everybody is talking about galamsey illegal mining. And so for the scientific communication, I am doing it. I'm also trying to emphasize that our activities are polluting our soils. And by that means leaching into our plants as well. That is why my next research I'm doing, I'm relating the soil with the plants that are grown there, so that if they try to challenge that it is not coming from the soil, the relationship between the compounds, the elements in the soil and the elements in the plant that comes out of the soil will speak for itself. So I'm publishing it, I'm opening up for further research and other communications like this platform that was given to me to communicate so that much of my work can be exposed to the larger community. Please, your second question.
Let me just a minute. Okay, maybe the political environment is not friendly, but this is the kind of work you would want to do a policy brief on, or go call the media, create awareness, because people are dying slowly from, not just in Ghana, but all over Africa from these contaminated vegetables.
Did you, for instance, try to know the source of the heavy metals? Because much of the pollution in urban cities, or maybe from mining, there is possibility maybe from fertilizers, from pesticides source. Is it not possible, like having that source?
Yes, so in my recommendation, before I worked on the heavy metals, I looked at the sources of it, and of course, fertilizer can have some metals in them. And as I said earlier on, even fumes from vehicles. So human activity can cause it. And greater is now the mining. So I recommended that when we are trying to have vegetable farms, it should move away from human settlement and activities so that for the ones that we can prevent, it can be done. And two, there should be proper education by our agric extension officers on fertilizer application so that we can, in a way, reduce these chemicals in the food.
Yes, also a comparative study can help you. Maybe since you have a sample in urban cities, you can have the same study in an area, a remote area where you are sure there is no vehicle, there is nothing. So what you have is soil, and compare with this study to make sure maybe the sources are really from urban areas. A comparative study.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I
In
will do that.
addition to the comparison study, I also think that, you see, we Ghanaians, we want to see things. So you can go there and say, okay, this is the results. I did this from roadside and then this like a band side, and then this is the results. But before you can market it, you need a demo of it to show that, yes, this is the variation. So I think that if you can, there is this responsible artificial intelligence lab at KNUST, which they currently came up with a working app which detects crop diseases within the field. So I think you can actually collaborate with them so that they can come up with a demo based on the results, and then you can sell it out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Let's go to our, okay.
You have given recommendation to many people, farmers and others. So which recommendation can you give consumers who are in those regions where we can have vegetables that are contaminated?
So since a consumer is not able to test whether the vegetables are contaminated or not, I would say we always have to buy from reliable sources. And these elements are elements that cannot be washed. So if you use free running water, salt, or whatever, they are in the vegetables already. So even if it is clean, because it's coming from the planting, you don't have control over it. So we should plead with our farmers to do the right things. We should advise ourselves to do the right things. And also we should buy, yes, from reliable sources. And finally grow our own vegetables if we have the space. Thank you. So our third presenter, please, is the slide ready? Let me speak to the technical people so that we look at. Tahi. Sure, thank you. Do you have?
Okay, good afternoon. Sorry for my English, but I want to present in English. My name is Swanda Tai, and I'm a PhD student. I am in my 4th year of the PhD. The work I'm going to present for you is a part of my project, PhD project, and it's a title, Maize Yield Prediction, a machine learning study based on experimental data from Benin. This work is doing under supervision of Professor Glele Kakai. I think that it is not the last, sorry, technical. Sorry, it is not the last presentation. It is not my last presentation I sent on this. Yes.
Okay, so let's sort it out. The first group can come and present as we sort out her presentation. So can we have Magni? Magni, are you ready? Vicky from Senegal. Yeah? No, sorry, I'm not even there. Okay, so as she's sorting out her slides, can we load that of peace? She is peace. No, she is Tahi. Are you peace? Yes, so can you please load that of peace for me? Assessing the impact of human excreta on agricultural fertilizers. The last one. Peace. There's another piece from Rwanda. There are 2 pieces. Yes, I'm talking about this. Okay, so as we are trying to sort out our issues, I would also use this opportunity to talk about food waste so that, is it sorted? No, go and sort your slides, they are not finding it. Yeah, so just go there and then you come. So, food waste is another big concern for us as researchers because we are producing more, but a lot of people are hungry. And that is sad because what we produce and harvest do not get into our food basket. A lot are lost in our farms and again in the marketplaces. People are hungry. Farmers are producing more. Meanwhile, they become the poorest because they are not able to even market their own foods. I have been thinking and thinking and thinking if there are sustainable ways we can reduce food waste so that everybody can be fed. And the farmer will get enough, he wouldn't be discouraged, and the poor community. Please, are you ready for it? Thank you.
Like I said, my presentation is entitled Maize Yield Prediction, a machine learning study based on experimental data from Benin. The work is done by me and supervised by Professor Glele Kakai. The presentation will follow this outline. After the introduction, I will present the objective of the work, the methodology adopted, the result obtained, and conclude. Maize is one of the most growth crop in the world, and it's the leading food for many countries like West Africa and Asia. It represents 44% of cereal crop in all the world, and its area production is extended to Asia, Latin America, and Africa. In sub-Saharan Africa, maize represents an important source of income, and specifically in Benin, it is produced by the small farmer for their needs. However, the production of maize is challenged by biotic and abiotic factor. About this factor, we have the climate change that impact really the productivity of maize. And some machine learning techniques are used nowadays to help farmers to predict early the crop yield. About the machine learning technique used, the most used to predict yield are the supervised machine learning technique that need the input and the output. Then the main objective of our work is to build a predictive model for maize yield in Benin, considering with the fertilizer growth and yield parameter. Specifically, it was to predict maize yield using machine learning algorithm, compare the different algorithms using some metric, and identify the key variable of the chosen model. To reach the goal,
We simulate under greenhouse with two association rules and fertilizer. The Weather Association rules are the combination of minimum temperature, maximum temperature, and maximum humidity. Both have the specific interval. Also, we also simulate under greenhouse fertilizer. About the fertilizer, we use only organic fertilizer for those ones, only chemical fertilizer, and the mixture of organic and chemical fertilizer at different doses. The dispositive we use is the split plot, where the first factor is weather association, and the second factor or the secondary factor is the fertilizer type we use for each experimental unit. And we collect the data on the growth parameter like plant height, diameter, number of leaf, length, and weight. We also collect the data on the number of yield parameter like the number of cob, fresh weight, cob height, and the weight. The output we use here is the fresh weight. We can see from the description statistical that most of the growth parameters are obtained for the both weather, climate change, weather scenario we have for organic and intermediate one. About the yield parameter, most of the best yield we have are obtained for the organic when we use the organic fertilizer, or intermediate one or intermediate 3 fertilizer. On the data we collect, we first of all pre-process the data by removing the missing data. After that, we select the variable through the correlation matrix we use, and we fix the threshold of the correlation to 0.8. Two variables that are correlated at this threshold. We need to choose one of the variable. We also eliminate the outlier using interquartile range, encoding the categorical variable. Like in our study, fertilizer type is the categorical variable. We encoded it. We normalize the quantitative variable and train the model on all the data except those we collect at the end of a growth parameter. Let's say that the growth parameter are collected on 35 weeks, during 35 weeks. Then the data that are collected before the last date of growth parameter collection are considered to train the data, to train the model, and the last one are used to test the performance of the model. According to the model we use, we compare classical machine learning to ensemble learning method. Let's say that the model we compare are derivated from the previous work we conducted to see which model are most used to predict cereal yield. Then for the classical model, we compare SVM, a support vector machine, nearest neighbor, linear regression, ridge regression, lasso and the decision tree to the ensemble learning method that are ADA boost, SG boost, gradient boosting regression, light GBM, extremely randomized tree, random forest, and Bayesian regression. Let me say that the aim to compare, by comparing these 13 model, we had in the mind we want to find the best model that minimize the error and predict well the yield, maize yield. Then we compare the different models by using the metrics such as a coefficient of adjustment, mean absolute error, and the root mean square error. And about the most important variable for the model, we use the permutation importance techniques to find the variable that impacted the chosen model. At the end, we observe by comparing the 13 models using the different metrics I said, we observe that extremely randomized tree predict well the maize yield, and with a low error than other metric, however, than other model. However, Bayesian regression also predict well, but the coefficient of adjustment of this model is not very important than those obtained with extremely randomized tree. And the results we observe are corroborated by our previous work, Tai et al. On experimental analysis of traditional machine learning algorithm for maize yield prediction. The results are also corroborated by Zhao and collaborators who compare different machine learning model to predict heavy content in rice crop. And also Nia and the collaborator in 2022. In 2022, find the same similar result. By comparing the scatter plots, by look at the scatter plot, we also find the similar result. By conclusion, I don't know what's happened. In conclusion, we can say that the extremely randomized tree is the best model after the study to predict maize yield, and this model is the model we propose in Benin to predict yield. However, the model take into account only weather parameter and fertilizer level, but another factor impacts maize yield that are not taken into account. That as the perspective, we recommend for another work to take into account all of these factors to find if really extremely randomized tree still the best model to predict maize yield. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your beautiful presentation. I still open up for just 2 questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. It was really educative. I wanted to ask, your experiment, do you do it during the rainy season or off-rainy season? Because, okay.
I did it under greenhouse.
Okay, so that's why you did not take rainfall into consideration. Okay.
Any other question? Questions, please. Okay.
Thank you for your presentation.
I have two quick questions. The first one is, you mentioned fertilizers as categorical variables. I just want to know how many unique types of fertilizers did you use in your study?
In my, the factor fertilizer has 5 modalities. The organic, only chemical, the mixture of organic and chemical at 3 different doses.
Thank you. And the second question, have you found any other studies in Benin doing almost the same thing, using different models to compare your work with?
No, let's say that machine learning is not really used in our continent, in my country, to predict yield. It's in emerging.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, our next presenter is Ariane. So if you're ready, technical team. Technical.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ariane Wetorosu. I'm PhD student from University of Abomey-Calavi, and my work for this afternoon is titled Prediction of Tomato Yield in the Guinean Zone of Benin using Machine Learning Models. My presentation will go through this outline. Everyone here knows that agriculture is the most important sector of activity in Africa because it contributes 30 to 60% to the GDP of developing countries in about 2/3 of these countries. There is a variety of products, the crops, the fruit, vegetables, and so on, soil, produced in the country. However, agriculture faces many challenges from pest diseases, climate variability, and the incapacity to predict yields. Knowing that the global population is growing every day, it's important to think about another way to have a sustainable agricultural system. One solution is the use of artificial intelligence in agriculture. So artificial intelligence in agriculture can be used for many things like crop yield prediction and price forecasting, so that farmers will obtain maximum profit. It can also be used to intelligent spraying, predictive insight. Agricultural robot can be used to harvest huge volume of crop in a higher level. It's also important to use AI in agriculture for crop and soil monitoring, so that soil defects, nutrient deficiencies in soil can be monitored well. Agriculture can also use artificial intelligence for crop yield diagnostics through farmer control and proper disease management strategy. This work aims to compare different machine learning models for tomato yield prediction, find the best model and the most important features in the model. For this purpose, we collected data using 2 greenhouse experiments at the sub-district of Sekou. It is in Benin. We collected the daily
minimum and maximum temperatures, humidity, and daily through the experiments. We also collected plant characteristics such as the leaf count, color diameter, plant height, branches, number of flowers for 6 weeks. We collected at the end of the trial the number, the length, and the width of a random sample of fruit per plant, 3 fruits. In addition, we measure using an electronic scale the weight of the fruit. And then we process the data by firstly importing tomato growth data, climate data, yield data, and we standardize them. We merge them, standardize. After this, we remove the missing values and the outliers. And then we prepare the data set for the model, and we use a splitting rate of 80 for training and 20 for testing. We use traditional nonlinear regression model. We use ensemble model and dimensionality reduction model. After this, we compare the model to identify the most accurate and generalizable for new data. For the comparison criteria, we consider the R-square, the mean square error, the mean absolute error, and the root mean square error. The result shows that machine learning ensemble models perform better than the other models. Especially the gradient boosting, the extreme gradient boosting perform better than the other model. These results are consistent with the one of Meriadas and collaborator in 2022, who also found that extreme gradient achieve an R-square of 0.98 for annual crop yield prediction in Malaysia. In addition, we have other studies in India which collaborate with our study. Moreover, Lee and collaborator also found that extreme gradient boosting is good for predicting soybean yield in the USA. The consistency of extreme gradient across the different studies may explain that it's reliable for agricultural yield prediction. And it is also interesting to note that the results, the scatter plot shows that the prediction of our model are close to the observed values. The most important features highlighted by the extreme gradient model were the minimum temperature and the combination of 25% of organic matter and mineral matter and 100% of mineral matters. So, about the most important feature, other studies. Okay, to conclude, we can say that this study shows that extreme gradient boosting is effective in tomato yield prediction in Benin, and the key the key indicator features are the minimum temperature and plant characteristics such as the number of branch, leaves, and so on. Future application, future results are encouraged to investigate additional environmental factors which can impact yield. I won't finish this presentation without thanking all the sponsors, and also my PhD supervisor who shared this opportunity with me, Professor Omeglele Kakai. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your very beautiful presentation. Because we are far behind time, I would wish we just open up for just one question, because we still have 2 more presentations to go. So if there is a question, just one. All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, it was a question I wanted to ask the other lady, but then time. The experiment was conducted in the greenhouse, right? So that's why you have a model that is good with it. In cases where, like for example, Benin, I'm sure there's not a lot of greenhouses there. Most people do farm in open places.
Yes.
The humidity and then in terms of rainfall too, it might affect it significantly. Don't you think you should do a study maybe on an open space to know if that model is still very good in prediction? Because most farmers are not really using greenhouse gases. That's just an opinion I have.
Okay, thank you. I understand. This is not a question,
This is a
actually.
suggestion. So thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Please, our next presenter is Peace, if she's available. Technical team, can you load her slides for us? Okay, thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. Unfortunately, coming after everyone has presented is not easy, but I'm asking for your 5-10 minutes to 10 minutes attention, okay? No. Who said no? All right. Thank you. My name is Peace. A student at UNILAC in Environmental Conservation and Management. My presentation will be talking about assessing the impact of the use of human excreta as fertilizers in Rwanda or in Burera district, but specifically in Burera district. So human excreta consist of urine and feces. Sorry to say this, but I hope everyone is familiar with this. So the Rwanda's agriculture sector remains the backbone of the nation's economy. Next, please. Okay. However, due to the high demand of food, as a result of high population in Rwanda, this has led to the pressure on agriculture land, so as using the chemical fertilizers, which is not sustainable to the crop yield. Like, it affects the agriculture land. So the general objectives of my project or my research is assessing the impacts of the use of human excreta, where we are going to compare the use of chemical industrial fertilizers with using human excreta in soil. Who's going next? It's okay. Yeah. This depression calls for an urgent need for sustainable solution to restore and conserve agricultural productivity. One of the interesting eco-friendly practices is using human excreta in agricultural activities. Using human excreta increases the the recycling of nutrients. I hope everyone knows the impact of using natural fertilizers on the agriculture crop yield. It increases the sustainable agriculture, like it increases the longevity of agriculture nutrients. So expected results of using the human excreta that contains urine and feces, the production ranges from 10 to 30% of production while using the chemical fertilizers. But how long is it going to keep the soil healthy? That can be the problem. So I highly recommend the government of Rwanda, as well as agriculture organizations in Africa, to use natural human excreta in agricultural activities, as well as keeping the sustainable agriculture land. Thank you. Any question? Come again, please.
Do you harvest the human excreta?
I understand 100%. So here, the methods of harvesting human excreta, we are going to build if I can say, the toilets that are, I can say, that are going to treat those waste. Like if you build a toilet, you're going to separate the urine pipes from the feces pipes to be used after a period of time on plants. Thank you.
Okay, hi. I just noticed that we didn't see the results of your experiment. Like, what was the result of you using the human excreta? Like, I didn't see that part. I don't know if we got there. Oh, it's in the process.
Oh, okay. So she's answered.
I can ask, sorry.
Okay, so please, somebody's here. I'll come to you.
Ok, merci. J'aimerais savoir si cette technologie est différente de la technologie c'est-à-dire ecologic sanitation. Maintenant, la deuxième question. Je demandais si la technologie que vous utilisez est différente de la technologie ecologic sanitation, qui est aussi une technologie qui permet d'utiliser les féces et urines dans l'agriculture.
You didn't get it?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. So,
maintenant, la deuxième question, bon, les deux sont liés. Le temps d'hygiénisation des féces et les urines avant d'être utilisés dans l'agriculture. Comme vous n'avez pas terminé le corps du travail, c'est pourquoi je pose cette question. Merci.
Thank you. So the first question, she asked if the technology or the methodology is different from EcoSan. That was the question, right?
If it is ecologically friendly.
Ecologically friendly. Yeah, it is. Because it's natural.
And sanitation.
And sanitation. It doesn't have to be applied on the plants right after you release Sorry, right after you release your waste. Meanwhile, I'm answering the second question that you, that you asked, that the period that it takes to be applied on plants. That was the question, right? Yeah. Okay. For urine to be applied on plants, you know, because urine contains urea acid, so it doesn't have to be applied on plants directly after being released. So it just have to be covered. It just have to be covered for 3 months, and before being applied on plants, it has to be diluted with water. And for feces, it has to be kept for 6 months and mixed with soil, just to make it a little bit natural, just to make it an organic manure.
Thank you for the presentation.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, did you consider the One Health for the environment, human and animals? For sometimes the human can pass there that you put that, okay, I can say it's fertilizer. And did you consider that they can be infected or animals can be infected based on that using human excreta? Thank you.
Thank you. I 100% considered both human being and animals, because those, as I said, I answered the second.
Okay. Are you satisfied?
No.
Okay.
I didn't answer the third question. Yeah, they don't have to be applied on plants right after we release them. And before we use them on plants or we enrich them with soil, we just have to treat them, either dilute them with water or mix the feces with soil to make it an organic manure.
All right. Thank you very much. We are far behind time, and thank you all the beautiful presenters for coming through and expanding our knowledge in STEM. Right after here, there is snack. It was supposed to be a tea break, but looking at our time, you go out and pick yours, and then you go to your various destinations with it. Then tomorrow, we are beginning our program at 8:30. So we try as much as we can to come here on time so that we can do all we want to do on time. Thank you very much and have a wonderful evening.